The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by guest chaplain, Rabbi Mendy Deitch, Chabad of East Valley, Chandler, Arizona.
May it be your will, Lord our God and God of our fathers, give blessings to these special individuals, the members of Congress who have been chosen by many to represent and bring freedom, comfort, peace, and harmony while ensuring we live in a just, educated, and respectful world. We pray for the safe return of the hostages and for our troops around the globe to continue to carry out their mission and task with integrity, strength, and dignity. The revered Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, whose anniversary of his passing we recently observed, posited that latent within each individual lies a reservoir of untapped potential. By harnessing these innate faculties to actualize our distinctive purpose in a beneficial way by bringing justice to all, we fulfill one of the 7 universal laws of Noach entrusted to humanity. As our nation continues to fight for its identity, we pray that this legislative body continue to show our youth the inner strength and positive potential that they harbor within, and encourage them to use it in unity with respect for all without infringing on the freedoms of its fellow citizens. We implore Almighty God to grant them the strength and moral courage to enhance our world daily. Bestow upon them wisdom, justice, grace, and empathy, enabling them to bring honor to your name and blessings to humankind with joy and happiness for all. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to welcome Rabbi Mendy Deitch from Chandler, Arizona, as he just led us in a wonderful opening prayer. The rabbi is a Brooklyn native, founded Chabad of the East Valley more than 25 years ago as a center for Jewish life in our fast-growing community in Arizona District 4. When Rabbi Deitch was first getting started, he led services from his living room. Now, he leads a center for Jewish life for over 300 families. Rabbi and his wife have built a community rooted in the Jewish value of tzedukah. Together, they founded and operate 2 nonprofits, the Comfort Food Pantry and the Community Tuition Grant Organization, to help low-income families. His presence today reminds each of us in this room that we have a God-given purpose to love and care for our neighbors. May the rabbi's words, so beautiful that we just heard, remain with us as we take up our work for the day. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the nation's 250th anniversary, which we will celebrate in 2026. As we prepare for this momentous occasion, I am proud to have joined more than 100 of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the America 250 caucus. This caucus has been instrumental in helping guide and shape this celebration. As part of the work on this caucus, I was proud to recently co-sponsor legislation with my Pennsylvania colleagues, Congressman Brendan Boyle and Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon, to authorize a joint commemorative session of Congress on Thursday, July 2nd, 2026, at Independence National Historical Park in Philadelphia to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. This would only be the 3rd time since 1800 that a session of Congress would be held outside of Washington, D.C. Now that we are officially less than 2 years away from this celebration, I urge my colleagues to join the America 250 Caucus and help support these efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise the semi-witness.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two Houston area institutions, the Harris County Public Library and the Children's Museum of Houston, for winning the 2024 National Medal of Museum and Library Service, the highest honor in their fields. This is an incredible achievement for the museum and library staff who pour their hearts into ensuring that every child can reach their full potential. Growing up poor in South Texas, we didn't have a library, but we had a county send us the bookmobile that came by to our farm every month. I enjoyed every single book in that bookmobile. And I have always said that but for the books that bookmobile brought to me, I probably will not be where I am today. Books and museums allow kids to explore, dream, create, and open their eyes. These resources are vital and must be preserved, especially during the summer. Access to museums and libraries over the summer allow children to be ever inspired and entertained. Instead of banning books, we should be building libraries, making them a learning hub for our communities.
Gentleman's time has
expired. We must put books over bans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness for the millions of patients, families, and caregivers who are battling glioblastoma. Glioblastoma is the most common malignant brain tumor in the U.S., with 14,490 new cases diagnosed last year. Recently, I introduced a bipartisan resolution expressing support for the designation of July 17, 2024, as the Glioblastoma Awareness Day. This resolution increases glioblastoma awareness, which is critical to research and treatment advancements and brings hope to those fighting this devastating disease. This is personal to me as my wife Patty battles glioblastoma. So together we will continue to build on the progress we have made as we search for a cure. I thank my colleagues for their support in bringing the crucial legislation to raise awareness by designating July 17, 2024 as Glioblastoma Awareness Day to the House floor and across America. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the centennial anniversary of the Rose Town, the village of Berkeley, Illinois. From its origins as a town of German and Dutch farmers, with a population just under 800 residents, Berkeley has become a residential town with transportation corridors that give easy access to the metropolitan region. Although nestled between two interstates and home to a major railroad and commuter train, Berkeley has managed to maintain a small town atmosphere. 100 years later, with the population just over 5,000, Berkeley streets are lined with residential homes, green spaces, and a bike path, reflecting a community that values its past while embracing progress and diversity. Here's to the next 100 years, Berkeley. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the House for passing the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, led by fellow Texan Representative Chip Roy. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution establishes Congress's role in federal elections, and while it is limited in this role, Congress does have an obligation to ensure that only citizens vote in federal elections. Today, this legislation is more critical than ever. Preservation of our republic necessitates free, fair, and honest elections. And as I've said a number of times as county judge in Texas, what we need are salty elections, secure, accurate, legal, transparent elections with you, the American citizen, involved in every step of the way. Right now in America, there is growing distrust in election results because of growing abuses and documented instances of election fraud. And yet there are continuing efforts to allow illegal immigrants to participate in our federal elections when it is already against the law. This is incomprehensible to me. The SAVE Act makes common sense reforms to preserve integrity in our elections by requiring proof of citizenship when individuals register to vote, and it will remove non-citizens from voter rolls. By passing the SAVE Act, the House has taken an important step to ensure every single American vote counts with full measure.
Gentleman's
I
time has
applaud
expired.
Congressman Roy for bringing this action, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When creating the National Highway Program, President Eisenhower wrote to Congress, quote, "The uniting forces of our communication and transportation systems are dynamic elements in the very name we bear, the United States." Nearly 70 years later, we once again reached a critical moment. Our aging infrastructure could not meet the modern demands of a united society. Internet access, roads and public transit, clean water. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did meet that. As a member of the Regional Leadership Council, I've seen the hard work of congressional Democrats and President Biden up close, a fundamental improvement to the very foundations of our country, including in my home state of Pennsylvania. In our Commonwealth, we're investing $11 billion in highways and bridges, public transit, rails, airports, and EV infrastructure. Nearly $2 billion in affordable, high-speed internet, $1 billion in clean drinking water. And those investments have spurred nearly $3 billion in commitments from Pennsylvania's private sector. Together, we are not simply rebuilding, we are reimagining a stronger, greener future with the collaboration of federal, state, and local governments. We are the United States of America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate a swimming great from McAllen, Texas, who will represent our nation at the upcoming Olympic Games in Paris. Shane Casas, an 11-time World Championship medalist and a 3-time NCAA champion who recently qualified for the Olympics in the 200-meter individual medley. When the 200-meter individual medley begins on August 1st, all of South Texas will be rooting for Shane. Congratulations on your achievement and representing our hometown with honor. I'm proud to call you a constituent and a role model for our region's rising athletes. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last night during the debate on the Freedom Caucus-led inherent contempt resolution, Republicans once again tried to silence me. They wanted to take my words down. They wanted to prevent me from speaking on the House floor, not because I disparaged a member, but because I criticized their resolution. You heard that right. The freedom-loving Freedom Caucus wanted to silence me. They believe in free speech for themselves. They regularly attack President Biden and Democrats in a most personal and vicious manner. But because I told the truth about their resolution, they tried to forcibly silence me. It is chilling, it is scary, it is frightening that Republicans are embracing authoritarian tactics to silence their critics. This is Congress, not the Kremlin, Mr. Speaker. But this is a pattern that connects them to authoritarian leaders like Putin. I will fight back. I love this institution and this country too much to allow Republicans to trample on our freedom. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to posthumously recognize Mr. Dave Tolliver. Dave was born to William and Emma Tolliver on September 5th, 1947 in Pierpont, West Virginia, and he passed away on Monday, June 3rd of this year. Dave leaves behind him a long legacy of dedication to his community, his state, and his country. Throughout his life, Dave took on many important roles. He proudly served in the United States Army 101st Airborne Division, became an ambulance driver for the Wyoming General Hospital, and worked for the Beckley Fire Hydrant. He also worked as a school bus driver for the Raleigh County Board of Education and eventually ended up working in the local government where he served as a county commissioner in Raleigh County. His fellow commissioners have credited him with providing 98% of the county with water. In a state as mountainous and rural as West Virginia, where the majority of the people rely on private wells, this was no small feat. Dave was an honorable man and a kind man who had a servant's heart and cared deeply for his community. I am so grateful I was able to work with him in my capacity as a member of Commerce. Dave leaves behind him a wife, 2 children, and many, many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We're going to miss you, Dave. God bless you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the 3 winners of North Carolina's first Congressional District's art competition. Kayla Lassiter, a Bertie High School senior, won first place with her piece, Rainbow Hued. Lassiter brilliantly used color and digital design. I had the distinct honor of meeting her and a mother right here at our nation's capital, where her artwork will remain on display for thousands of visitors to see. Nathan Varney, a J.H. Rose High School senior, was our runner-up with his piece, Bamboo Forester. I also proudly recognize Jocelyn Jimenez, a North Edgecombe High School student who earned 3rd place with her piece, The Mythical Bird. Clearly, we have incredible, creative, talented artists in Eastern North Carolina, and I commend all of this year's participants. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 8772, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 1341 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8772. The Chair appoints the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
In the committee, 2, clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer H.R. 8772, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2025. The recommendation for the fiscal year 2025 Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill provides $5.546 billion, excluding Senate items, which are traditionally left to the Senate to determine. The bill supports the legislative branch as an essential branch of government and ensures the House is open to and works for the American people. Regardless of what side of the aisle you are on, we can agree that our greatest duty is to our constituents and that this bill funds our ability to advocate on their behalf. It invests in the resources necessary to provide robust oversight of the executive branch. It also includes modest increases to ensure the safety of the Capitol complex and the work of the Capitol Police, as well as the institutions that support our work, such as the Library of Congress and the Government Accountability Office. I believe the bill balances the legislative branch's capacity to effectively serve the American people in a fiscally responsible manner. I want to thank Chairman Cole for his leadership and guidance throughout this process, and I also want to thank Ranking Member Espaillat for his cooperation and support throughout the formation of the bill. Finally, I'd like to thank the legislative branch staff for their hard work in getting the bill to this point. Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to H.R. 8772, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act of this 2025. Before I discuss the bill, Mr. Chair, let me start by taking a moment to thank our colleague Jennifer Wexton, who represents Virginia's 10th District, for her unwavering dedication and service in this Congress. I am at awe of her courage and wish her and her family all the best. We will miss Ms. Wexton all over the Congress here. She has been an exemplary member of this House, and we trust that her legacy will be forever cemented in this House. Thank you, Ms. Wexton, for all that you do, your courage, your resilience, your honesty, and your commitment to the American people. And I want to thank also my colleague, Chairman Valadao, and the subcommittee staff who work daily to ensure the legislative branch has the resources that it needs to support America and its people. Really, this work is so important to our nation. As the chairman indicated, the bill before us today includes $5.5 billion in discretionary appropriations to fund the offices of the House of Representatives and joint legislative branch items. This is an increase of 3.5% from fiscal year 2024 enacted levels. I agree with the chairman when he says this bill provides the resources for Congress to serve their constituents and conduct our oversight responsibilities. The funding in this bill is reasonable and continues the operations for legislative branch agencies. However, Mr. Chairman, the legislative branch bill should never be a place for divisive politics. The legislative branch bill should be used to ensure Congress has the tools, the necessary tools it needs to legislate and support the constituents we serve in a fair, transparent, and equitable manner. Instead, and unfortunately, this bill contains some very concerning messaging provisions that have no place, absolutely no place, within the legislative branch appropriations bill. This bill contains provisions that eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and allows for discrimination towards the LGBTQI plus community. The majority seems obsessed with cutting federal funding and eliminating programs that help fight climate change and those that help grow and diversify our country. For example, this bill removes a provision to eliminate or reduce plastic waste right here in this legislative branch government. We should start by leading with our own example. To save the planet, we should start right here in our House. In addition, it eliminates a requirement for members to lease low-emissions vehicles. Yes, as we face a tremendous heat wave, I challenge anybody to walk back to Longworth or Rayburn 3 or 4 times today to see how much of a challenge it will be, yet we don't want to accept the provisions that were before enacted to have climate change impact provisions on the bill. Plus, this bill does not include long-standing legislation allowing the legislative branch agencies to employ individuals with an employment authorization document under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrival Program, DACA. This House and many agencies that make up the entire legislative branch of government should make every effort to reflect and consider all the people in this great nation we serve and the many districts our members represent. Mr. Chair, the legislative branch bill should represent a collaboration between our two parties. We come to this campus to work together. That's what the American people expect and deserve. And our place of business is to be a role model for a more equitable, inclusive, and positive working environment. Instead, this bill includes hurtful and offensive provisions to many Americans, including our very own staff supporting this great institution and those we work alongside daily. I don't agree with these divisive ideas, and for that reason, Mr. Chairman, for that reason alone, I cannot support this bill. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my colleague from California, the chairman of our subcommittee, for yielding time. I rise today to speak in opposition to the legislative branch appropriation, and I think we can all agree that everything that this body does must be measured against the Constitution, as it is the supreme law of the land. All of us raised our hand and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution, and this legislation has constitutional problems. In 1989, Congress passed the Ethics Reform Act, which granted members an annual cost of living adjustment, known as a COLA, meant to adjust for inflation so that the value of congressional compensation would remain the same. This COLA was meant to be capped at the annual percentage that every other federal employee would receive. In exchange for the annual COLA, all members of Congress were prohibited or severely limited from earning additional outside income, like speaking fees or other fees that could easily be translated into pay-for-play arrangements, resulting in potentially tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of dollars of additional income, especially for more popular or more powerful members. I certainly agree with the prohibition of this type for outside income for members of Congress, yet I disagree with the manner in which the legislative branch appropriation addresses eliminating the lawfully required COLA. If Congress wants to eliminate the annual COLA, Congress can certainly do so. But this cannot, and I repeat, cannot be done through the appropriations process and remain in compliance with the Constitution. It must be done through a bill on the House floor that goes into effect after the next election. The 27th Amendment says, and I quote, "No law varying the compensation for the services of senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened." This means that the 27th Amendment prohibits any law from taking effect that varies congressional compensation without an intervening election of members of the House. It was originally drafted by James Madison in 1789 and meant to ensure members stay accountable to the people who elect them. So I firmly believe that the appropriations process is the wrong vehicle for this effort, because appropriation bills are annual only by fiscal year, and there will never be an intervening election necessary between enactment and implementation in order to comply with the 27th Amendment of the Constitution. Now, we all know that even if we pass this bill this fiscal year, the Senate will do nothing with it and before the November election, and we will have a continuing resolution that goes to either December or into the new year. For over the last decade, the continuing resolutions have included the COLA prohibition language, and when it passes, the COLA prohibition will immediately go into effect on October 1st. Again, there will be no intervening election, therefore failing to be compliant with the 27th Amendment. The language stripping the COLA has been added as Section 214 of this FY25 appropriation, and so per the 27th Amendment, it will have to wait until after the November 24 election before it can take effect. Yet it takes effect October 1st, 2024, the beginning of FY25 without an intervening election. So to have the COLA prohibition language in H.R. 8772 would violate the 27th Amendment of the Constitution and make the bill unconstitutional. My opposition to this bill is solely on a constitutional basis, and I would support the rest of the legislation, the legislative branch appropriation, if this were not in it. Shy of Section 214, I do commend our committee chairman for the excellent work in the rest of the bill. I did offer an amendment to remove Section 214, but it was not accepted for a vote, and I certainly wish it had. So I regretfully cannot vote for a piece of legislation that, as I see, clearly violates the Constitution because, and solely because, of Section 214. And I would hope that none of my colleagues would either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Espaillat. I want to associate myself with his words about our colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. I believe that we all are inspired by Jennifer, and she, for us, and for me, I will just say, is the face of courage, of tenacity, of determination. And in fact, she is someone who was elected to this office and knows why she came to serve, and she serves every single day in the face of great adversity. Thank you, Jennifer. Let me first congratulate Chairman Valadao on reaching this milestone in your first year as chair of the Legislative Branch Committee. And I thank you and Ranking Member Espaillat for your hard work on this effort, and to the majority and minority staff for your work on this bill, especially Faye Cobb and Raquel Spencer. As I said when we marked this bill up in committee, this bill is not far removed from one that I would support. It builds upon our investments in the legislative branch that have enabled us to better serve the American people. But unfortunately, the majority has included harmful policy riders that hurt our ability to attract and retain diverse and talented staff, unwind important measures that ensure we are doing our part to protect the environment, and undo sensible historical restrictions in statute on compensation for outside work for certain members of Congress. Partisan policies in this bill hurt our ability to attract and retain talented staff, and every one of us knows that it is our staff that keep our names on the door. The bill would create a license to discriminate against LGBTQ+ people and block diversity and inclusion programs. And I remain frustrated that we continue to bar DACA recipients from employment in the legislative branch. These policies all make it harder for us to build a congressional workforce as diverse and talented as the country that they serve. A strong and well-functioning legislative branch is essential to ensuring the House of Representatives can do the work Americans sent us here to do. If we cannot create an environment where staff of all backgrounds feel safe and welcome, we will not be able to serve the American people in the ways that they expect and deserve. The bill also includes a provision that would allow medical and dental professionals serving in the Congress to receive compensation for outside work in addition to their congressional salary, opening the door to changing the rules we must all follow when it comes to external professions, unfairly benefiting certain members and potentially creating conflicts of interest. This body considers legislation touching every single facet of the economy, including health care. We should be focusing on helping people, not doing the job of authorizers or the Ethics Committee to amend current law to help a select few members receive outside income. The bill's reasonable funding levels are proof that House Republicans are capable of writing bills that can get partisan support and have a path to becoming law. If they could simply abandon their obsession with partisan riders, which they know will be removed from the final agreement. A clean version of this bill could pass with strong support from both Democrats and Republicans. But at this time, I cannot support this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote against it. I hope Republicans will reconsider their strategy. Please join us at the table to support our staff, our constituents and workers and families around this country. Above all, it is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
The gentleman from California reserves as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Normally, I don't speak on this bill, and I've been on the Appropriations Committee long enough to remember when this bill came to the floor in a bipartisan fashion. Mr. Lewis, who was chairman of our committee at one point in time, and Mr. Fazio, who was chairman of our Democratic caucus, joined together as the leaders, either the chair and ranking member or vice versa, on that committee, and brought this bill to the floor so that the legislative branch of government, the first branch of government, the first part of the Constitution mentions the People's House and the United States Senate. Unfortunately, it is no longer the case that this is a bipartisan bill because both parties have interest in making sure that we have the resources and the ability to do the job that we are asked to do, and that is not only to raise and authorize the money to be spent to do the people's work, but also to oversee the executive department to ensure that the laws are faithfully carried out. One of the things that's necessary to make this body viable is to make sure that all Americans can serve in this House, and that will be compensated in a way that will allow them, even though they may not be rich, to come to Washington, D.C. And serve the people of this country. Sadly, for the last 14 years, the Congress has been unwilling because, in my opinion, of a lack of political courage and trust in the people's understanding that from a common sense standpoint, people will not be able to serve in a body, in a town, where the cost of renting an apartment has increased approximately 120% since the last cost of living adjustment, which all people understand is necessary to stay even, which means that the members of Congress have substantially had their buying power reduced. That's unfortunate, because if we continue along that road, this will become a more aristocratic body and a less democratic body. That's not good for the country. It's not good for this institution, and it's certainly not good for the members. I would hope that as we move forward in this process, we in a bipartisan way could say honestly to the American people, that is not a sustainable policy.
An additional minute to the gentleman from Maryland.
I thank the gentleman. So I come to the floor to urge members to understand it's not just about them, it is about this institution and the ability of people to serve in this institution with the resources necessary to sustain themselves and their families. Too many of the people think that members of Congress get money under the table. I don't think that's true. Are there some who abuse the rules? Of course, in any body there are some, but they're few. And to the extent that they can sustain themselves and their families on the resources that they earn, members of Congress, I think, have average days of 10, 12, 14 hours and weekends. So my friends, and I talk to my friends on both sides of the aisle, let us over the next months come together and effect an appropriate compensation package.
Gentleman's
for
time has
members.
expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is
Mr.
recognized.
Chair, I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Kilmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. For the past several years, I have been part of an effort to modernize the legislative branch to ensure that this institution is working better for the American people. The Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress passed 202 recommendations. Roughly 2/3 of them have been fully or partially implemented. And we looked at everything from congressional capacity to outdated technology to rising polarization. Chair Valadao, Ranking Member Espaillat, and your staffs have been invaluable partners in these efforts. Importantly, the FY25 bill includes funding for something called the Modernization Initiatives Account, which helps implement some of the open recommendations made by the Modernization Committee. It also includes language to address a range of other recommendations, including training for members and staff, improving constituent services, and better use of data. These are important efforts because it helps this institution build its capacity to better serve our constituents. While a lot has been accomplished, lots of work on implementation remains, and this funding helps. Now, I am disappointed that I can't vote for this bill, given the partisan riders. However, I remain grateful for the worthwhile investments that are in this bill, the investment that Congress makes in itself, not just for the institution, but for the institution's ability to serve the people we represent. Leaving this institution better off than we found it, I think, is a responsibility of each member. It is certainly a responsibility that I will keep in mind as part of my final 6 months here in the institution. And I am grateful again to the chair and the ranking member for their leadership on this, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, I rise again to oppose this bill. This bill contains many, many poison pills and partisan riders that are unnecessary, really unnecessary, and aim to do more harm than good. In addition, I am disappointed the bill, as currently written, does not include bipartisan language that has been supported by both sides of the House for years to allow the legislative branch agencies to employ individuals under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, known as DACA. An overwhelming majority of Americans support the DACA program. Let me remind you, Mr. Chair, that 75% of Americans favor providing permanent legal status to non-citizens who came to the United States as children. Moreover, 85% of DACA recipients already participate in the labor force. It is unconscionable that we will not allow them to work in the legislative branch. Let me remind you that during the pandemic, more than 200,000 Dreamers stepped up to the front line and served as essential workers to provide fellow Americans with important goods and services, including medical care, educational instruction, food, and more. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would also have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would include language permitting the funds in the Act to be used to employ individuals with employment authorization documents under the Deferred for Childhood Arrivals program, known as DACA. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in closing, let me repeat. The legislative branch bill should not be the place for divisive politics. It should be used solely to ensure Congress has the tools that it needs to legislate and support the constituents we all serve. It should be used to ensure we have a successful democracy through effective and responsible governance. The majority, again, is obsessed with cutting federal funds and eliminating programs, vital programs that help to grow and diversify our country. Passing these partisan bills is a complete waste of time. I don't agree with these divisive ideas and partisan tactics. I believe we can do and should really do much better. For these reasons, I cannot support this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118578 and pro forma amendments described in Section 5 of House Resolution 1341. Each amendment printed in House Report 118578 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 5 of House Resolution 1341 and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1, printed in House Report 118578. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-578, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to say to my friend from California, I appreciate his work in this overall bill. And I know there's a lot of challenges that confront any of those decisions that the appropriators have. But I find that it's necessary that I offer my amendment to call attention to a problem and an issue and to hopefully gain some time to solve that problem. So my amendment, Mr. Speaker, is rather simple, or Mr. Chair, I should say. It eliminates funding for the Congressional Office of International Leadership, also known as COIL. Our national debt is $34 trillion, and I've been working on that in a bipartisan manner, trying to attempt to bring that down and find solutions. But we all know, our constituents know, that whether it's gas at the pump or grocery store, American families are feeling the full impact of inflation. In the midst of this spending and affordability crisis, the American people may not be realizing that Congress is funding an office called COIL, which has been inappropriately used to host social justice-themed adventures for foreign delegations on the U.S. taxpayer dime. This is the U.S. taxpayer funding trips of foreigners to come into the United States to ostensibly learn about our system. After uncovering this office priorities earlier this year, we did a little more digging, and only to find at least 13 other trips occurred in 2023 and 2024 with themes involving social advocacy or diversity, equity, and inclusion programming exclusively. For example, in March of 2023, a COIL trip came to my district without any notification or the courtesy of letting me know that there was a foreign delegation coming. This foreign delegation was treated to a trip filled with social justice and DEI messaging under the guise of, quote, civic advocacy. Stops also along the way included an evening at, quote, queer theater, a visit to a, quote, Pride Center and Trans Foundation, and many more. Other trips in 2023 and 2024 included a visit to Detroit under the theme of inclusivity and tolerance, and a trip to Sacramento, California to engage in gender-related activism. American taxpayers should not be funding this, Mr. Chair, and footing the bill for these visits. And we have disagreements about whether those things are important or not, or whether they should be highlighted or not. The question here is whether the taxpayer, the U.S. taxpayer, should be paying for a trip for foreigners to come to our country to learn about these things. And I kind of wonder about my friends on the other side of the aisle, because many of us believe that the shoe's going to be on the other foot after this November, whether they might be offering the exact same amendment if this COIL now was directed to do only things that dealt with fossil fuel organizations, or maybe weapons manufacturers, or maybe only for pro-life advocacy groups. My guess is they would have a very different view of this program. So what's more, members of Congress are shielded from the conducting any oversight on these funds. Excuse me. Consider the process. COIL puts together a calendar of themes each year, and then COIL then grants funds under the themes selected to national and community organizations. That organization will then make a sub-grant to a local level to an NGO to fully implement the trip programming at their complete discretion. In other words, COIL doesn't even have any input in on this. COIL has zero say in the programming because the funds are shielded, what is essentially a pass-through entity. What are the results? Unelected bureaucrats using the American people's money to push an agenda that fits their interests, and COIL walks away with their hands clean. So, again, all at the American taxpayers' expense. So while COIL has been flatlined at $6 million to fund for a number of, funding for a number of years now, the 2025 legislative branch appropriations bill actually provides a 10% increase in that funding. This is an additional $600,000 in taxpayer dollars going towards who knows what. Now, I know there are positive programs, very neutral programs, consensus-building programs, whether they be regarding and surrounding veterans groups, protecting children, those with disabilities. Those are not the controversial parts. Again, I would still ask whether our U.S. taxpayer dollars should be funding that rather than an NGO or some other funding. But we have to weed this out and make sure that this is acceptable programming-wise to all American taxpayers. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a common sense step to rein in out-of-control spending by bureaucrats in Washington, and a one-year pause provides a much-needed opportunity to reevaluate. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I oppose my friend's amendment because I do not believe all the good the Congressional Office for International Leadership has done for Congress over the last 25 years should go negated by one embassy programming selection. The Congressional Office for International Leadership links members of Congress to leaders in Eurasia and Asia and is an instrument for Americans engaged in citizen diplomacy. COIL's placed as the only regularized international exchange program in the legislative branch, provides opportunities for members of Congress and their constituents to engage with their peers from countries of strategic importance to the United States. COIL convenes a congressional leadership and its constituents to provide foreign visitors with a multi-level, state, federal, and local introduction to American democratic governing systems and accountable governance. This is the next generation of government and civic leaders where they begin in the halls of the most powerful legislative body in the world, the United States Congress. The exchange establishes a personal and profound connection between leaders from around the world, providing unique and meaningful insights and experiences while fostering a spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. Thousands of Americans across the country benefit from the hosting COIL participants in their homes and communities. The agency provides an important service for a very modest amount of money. I oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman has the only time.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for a minute and a half.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Valadao, this is the way government should work. I agree with the chairman, and I join the chair and rise in opposition to this amendment. At a time where international conflicts are on the rise, it is vital for America to lead and spread democracy. In fact, for 25 years, the Congressional Office of International Leadership has sponsored political and civic leaders of participating countries to exchange democratic best practices and encourage mutual understanding. In 2023, COIL brought 532 rising leaders from 24 countries to these United States, facilitated meetings with more than 100 congressional offices, and showcased 62 American communities in 37 states. Mr. Chairman, eliminating this program is another attempt to divide us further and prevent our country from doing what it does best, leading by example. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Isolationist is not a political tool that should be exploited at this time when we face international conflicts, and they're on the rise. Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that we're both on the same side on this issue. And Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I do recognize the concerns of Mr. Huizenga. I think they should be corrected, but there's a lot of goodness in this program as well. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Earlier this year, we mourned the murder of Alexei Navalny by Putin, an anti-corruption activist and courageous leader of the political opposition to Putin of Russia. Navalny's legacy of leadership has been recognized and honored all over the world. While many are familiar with the renowned life of Navalny, most do not know that he first came to America in his early 20s under a congressional exchange program for emerging world leaders, the same program this amendment now seeks to defund. The Congressional Office for International Leadership, or COIL, was founded in 1999 to promote democracy and accountable governance. For more than 2 decades, COIL has been investing in the best and brightest young leaders from around the world to show them how government of, by, and for the people functions and remains accountable to the people it serves. Since 1999, COIL has introduced more than 30,000 young leaders to the United States of America to see firsthand what self-government looks like at the federal, state, local level in all 50 states, all for about $6 million a year. And I've helped host 3 of those delegations, 2 from Vietnam and 1 from Papua New Guinea. And I was surprised to see the Vietnamese members that came here were of the initial parliament in Vietnam, a seeds of democracy that we want to water, nurture, and grow. So, Mr. Chair, the COIL program promotes and inspires America's foundational values. I ask my colleagues to join me in opposing the amendment, which would end one of the most cost-effective ways the United States Congress, the most powerful and consequential body in the world, can grow and inspire America's future allies and leaders. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentlemen ask for a recorded vote. Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote? I thank the gentleman. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118578. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Tennessee, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 118-578, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment offered by Representative Ogles prohibits federal funds from being used to make a mask mandate in Congress. Policies involving mandatory mask implementation are not about science or safety, but they're about control. Mr. Ogles and many other Americans recognized this years ago. and our views have been justified by Dr. Fauci's admission that these policies were not based on science. In the 117th Congress, then Speaker Pelosi compelled everyday Americans who visited the House of Representatives to walk around wearing glorified muzzles. The House is supposed to be the most democratic body within our federal government. As representatives, we are supposed to have the most direct connection with the people of any federal official. From the beginning of the nation, we have been elected by a majority vote of our constituents. Yet Democrats chose to make it more difficult for constituents to visit their representatives by forcing them to wear masks and follow COVID-19 protocols that didn't protect anybody. We have a responsibility to ensure any future Congress does not adopt these same policies again. My colleagues here have a choice between following the science that we now know or clinging to superstitions based on fear and ignorance. During the height of COVID frenzy, policymakers relied on studies far removed from anything resembling the scientific method. What we have before us is the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficiency of masks. And frankly, I'm going with the science on this one. And I'm happy that many of my colleagues who argued in favor of these mandates realized their mistakes and supported banning them last fall. Mask mandates destroyed our economy and damaged families with little discernible gain. Mr. Chair, we've tried mask mandates in this country. They failed to control the spread of respiratory viruses and set our fellow citizens against each other. They, along with other policies based on the same bad science, were used to restrict the access people had to their elected representatives. Mask mandates are ineffective in preventing the spread of disease, but they certainly infringed on our rights. They were part of the grotesque lockdown policy that severely damaged our economy and instilled an unwarranted level of fear in the minds of Americans. I urge the adoption of Mr. Ogle's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. These policies should not be debated. It should now be debated in a different context on a different bill. However, I will debate since the congressman is addressing the issues. Wearing a mask can help lower the risk of virus transmission and can save lives. Here we go again. Since 2021, according to the CDC, we have lost over 1.2 million lives in these United States due to COVID-19. And according to the World Health Organization, we lost over 7 million people across the globe. People are still contracting the disease. As of this past April, there were 22 million cases, active cases. Vaccines and masks are the safety for ourselves, and others. COVID-19 and other viral illnesses significantly impact and strain our hospital and healthcare workers. We have come a long way in protecting ourselves against COVID. We have more tools now to combat the deadly disease. However, creating a law that will limit our use of health mandates is short-sighted. Congress health mandates are guided by recommendations from our very own attending physician, who coordinates with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Under this amendment, agencies will be limited in which tools they can use to ensure the health of members, staff, and visitors. Our own constituents have come to the campus in the face of a pandemic. This amendment undermines public health and our ability to ensure the safety of our Capitol complex for all of us. I oppose this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 118-578. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report Number 118-578, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer my amendment to the legislative branch appropriations bill that would prohibit electric vehicle charging on the U.S. Capitol grounds. Imagine how ridiculous it would sound if we told the American people that members of Congress and their staff could get unlimited gasoline for their cars for just $27 a month. It'd be outrageous. But that's what's happening inside the Capitol parking garages, but only for electric vehicles. For $27 a month, members and their DC staffers are plugging in their Teslas and Priuses, draining my constituents' tax dollars who are paying full price for their gasoline back at home. This is especially egregious in light of the fact of the huge subsidies that EV purchases already exist. The bottom line, it's a free market. The federal government should not be picking winners and losers. If you choose to purchase an electric vehicle with all of those subsidies, you should pay for it and be prepared for higher costs. Americans should not be subsidizing the vehicle choices of DC elites. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserved. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment as written. The amendment would prohibit the use of all architect of the Capitol electric vehicles and equipment which are used for facility and ground maintenance activities. For example, the Capitol Visitor Center electric shuttles provide transportation for those needing mobility assistance while they are visiting the Capitol. Over the past year, Visitor Services provided over 33,000 shuttle rides for the elderly and disabled constituents and visitors to the campus. These electric vehicles, currently in good working condition, would need to be replaced, which would require a significant initial outlay of funds and would cause exposure to engine exhaust and noise for equipment that would have to then be used indoors in the buildings that we work in. In addition to AOC operations, this would also adversely affect members and House staff who pay to use power from the receptacles in the House garages. Due to these adverse impacts, I oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'd like to remind the gentleman that those who drive gas-powered vehicles into work every day do not get reimbursed for their commute. Why is it correct? Why is it acceptable? Why is it seemingly prudent to reimburse for someone for the energy to commute here every day, given the subsidies? Not only the purchase of their vehicle, but the energy to run that vehicle on a daily basis. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Again, I think it's important to remind folks at home watching this that this is all electric vehicles in the building. So for the 33,000 people who required shuttle assistance to get around the Capitol, elderly, disabled, people who needed assistance to visit their building that their taxpayers are paying for, there are a lot of services. So as the amendment is written currently, I have to oppose the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
This is a simple common sense amendment. Politicians should not get a free pass on the ridiculously high energy prices under the Biden administration. I choose to stand with my constituents. This amendment also reduces the cost of federal spending within our branch of government and makes us more accountable to the constituents we represent. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is, in the opinion of the chair. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment is agreed to?
I call for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman asked for a recorded vote.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in House Report 118-578. For what purposes, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 4, printed in House Report Number 118-578, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1341, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment seeks to reset the budget of the Office of the Attending Physician to appropriate levels. The Office of the Attending Physician to Congress was created nearly 100 years ago following the unexpected deaths of several members of Congress. I think we can all agree there is a need for medical care here in Congress to provide things like preventive medicine, vaccinations for travel, and the occasional emergency medical care. I do not disagree with that concept. That being said, during the pandemic and in the years following, the Office of the Attending Physician was provided substantial increases in funding, which might have been necessary to meet the unique challenges being presented at the time. However, the pandemic is long over, and it is time to restore fiscal sanity to the federal government across the board, and that includes bringing this office's budget back to pre-pandemic levels. In addition, and unfortunately, what was meant to be a nonpartisan role of attending physician to the Congress has been highly politicized by the current attending physician. Dr. Monahan was appointed to his current position in 2009, and according to the Congressional Research Service, has been the longest-serving person in the role since the 1960s. During his historically long tenure, the attending physician has grown extremely close to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and in 2021, he actively did her bidding by implementing a politically motivated mask mandate here in the House of Representatives, despite that not being in line with the best available science or the CDC recommendations at the time. What made this mask mandate particularly political was that there was no mask mandate across the Capitol in the United States Senate. So under Speaker Pelosi, masks were required in the House. However, as soon as you crossed to the upper chamber, the mandate went away. How is that possible, you might ask? Well, it is possible because Nancy Pelosi directed it to occur, and Dr. Monahan compromised himself and abandoned good medical judgment in order to appease the left's radical COVID lockdown agenda as part of their power-seeking political agenda. While there are ample reforms needing to occur in this office, and despite the fact that the person currently occupying the job has become political, I am not calling to completely slash funding. I simply want to bring the funding back to a reasonable level. Before the pandemic, the Office of the Attending Physician received roughly $3.8 million per year. Since then, the budget has ballooned by nearly 15%. While that increase might have been necessary to address some of the unique challenges created by COVID, it is certainly not justifiable now. Some might argue that this is a small amount of money and that we should look the other way because it is just a drop in the bucket. However, I personally refuse to stand by as taxpayer dollars are funneled to a now highly politicized office, which was weaponized at the time to advance the left's radical lockdown agenda at the Capitol during the pandemic. I urge every member of this body to support my reasonable amendment to restore the funding to appropriate levels in this particular office, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment. Many of my colleagues are highly frustrated by the way the attending physician managed the COVID pandemic here in Washington. I am one of them. And I understand, but I do not agree that decreasing the funds to the Office of Attending Physician will reduce the actual attending physician's salary. To do that, you need to change the way the United States Navy pay structure works. We are paying a non-negotiable reimbursement to the Navy, and that's the way this process works, and this will not affect the attending physician's salary. I want to make it clear that this is I want to make clear that what this amendment will do is dramatically reduce the medical services provided to the people who work, visit, and protect this campus. Because of this, I cannot support this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would still continue to make the argument that there was care provided to this body before the pandemic with the budget that was in place at the time, and I think we can reasonably go back to that same budget now that COVID is no longer a threat to this body, and I recommend that we do so. And thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, in the event that this amendment was to pass, emergency services that run throughout the Capitol complex would continue, as would the security initiatives. Members would not see a change in their service, as members are the Office of Attending Physician's first priority. However, the Office of Attending Physician would decrease services to staff, security forces, and visitors to the campus. Medicines and immunizations for official travel would be limited only to members. The staff required to travel on official business would have to find other means of preparation on their own time and with personal funds. The same would be true for seasonal influenza shots. It would only be limited to members and not to staff or security forces. In addition, over-the-counter medications and lower costs of durable medical equipment for health units would not be replaced. So, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm done, so I'll reserve.
That's the only time.
You have the only time remaining.
Oh, well, then I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 118-578, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Amendment number 3 by Mr. Self of Texas. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-578 by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-578, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Vote. The yeas are 169, the nays are 240. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3 printed in House Report 118-578 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-578, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 149, the nays are 262. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4 printed in House Report 118-578 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-578, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted, a sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 128, nays 289. The amendment is not adopted. There be no further amendment. Under the rule, the committee rises. Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 8772 and pursuant to House Resolution 1341. I report the bill back to the House with amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 8772 and, pursuant to House Resolution 1341, reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Espaillat of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8772 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote has been requested. The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote has been ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit H.R. 8772 will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of H.R. 8772, adoption of H.Res. 1344, passage of H.J. Res. 165, and passage of H.J. Res. 109, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. This is a 5-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 206, the nays are 211. The motion is not agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bill. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, nays 213. The bill is not passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1344, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1344, resolution finding that Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States, is in contempt of the House of Representatives for disobeying a certain subpoena.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 210. The resolution is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 165, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 461, House Joint Resolution 165. Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 of the United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs or activities receiving federal financial assistance.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Vote. The yeas are 210, nays 205. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House on reconsideration will pass House Joint Resolution 109. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 109, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Rules Bulletin Number 121.
In accord with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 228, the nays are 184. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the president is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Financial Services. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House.
The House will be in order. Members will clear the well, please. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I speak with unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to demand the release of Y. Quyen Budep and Nguyen Thuy Han. Y. Quyen Budep is a Vietnamese activist religious minority who has lived as a refugee in Thailand since 2018, where he is pending extradition to communist Vietnam. He will likely face torture and lengthy prison time. This extradition would be a severe violation of human rights promises made by Thailand. Nguyen Thuy Han is a human rights activist currently imprisoned in Vietnam. Her detention is not only unjust, but even more horrific, as she is also undergoing chemotherapy for stage 2 cervical cancer. I call on U.S. and Thai diplomats to secure the release of these brave activists. I also call on Vietnamese government to stop trampling on the human rights of their own citizens. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
St. Louis and I rise in recognition and remembrance of the 8,000 Bosniak Muslim men and boys killed and thousands of women and girls raped, assaulted, and forcibly displaced during the Srebrenica genocide. On this day 29 years ago, the Serbian army and the paramilitary forces began massacring civilians in the besieged town of Srebrenica, a UN-declared safe area, in an attempt to ethnically cleanse the area of Bosniaks. Today, we remember the victims of the Srebrenica genocide and honor them and their families as we continue to stand in fierce opposition to genocide across the globe. As a St. Louis Congresswoman proudly representing the largest Bosnian population outside of Bosnia, and as the co-chair of the Congressional Bosnian Caucus, I will continue to recognize and uplift the rich contributions of the Bosnian community and to ensure that everyone, no matter race, faith, or nationality, can continue to live free from violence and persecution. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Seldom do I have to raise it up. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Georgia's Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4 for winning Powers Plant of the Year Award. For 30 years, America hasn't seen the full construction of a nuclear reactor until the construction of Plant Vogtle's Units 3 and 4. Now 25% of the state of Georgia's electricity is sourced from nuclear power. That is due to Vogtle Unit 3 and 4 entering operations in 2023 and 2024. Georgia Power, Oglethorpe Power, MEAG Power, and Dalton Utilities should be proud of their years of hard work, cemented in this landmark construction and acknowledged with this fantastic award. The construction has also led to thousands of new jobs for Georgians, in addition to the clean, reliable, baseload energy being supplied to households across the state. Plant Vogtle has done a great job innovating ways to provide the best service to the people of Georgia. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the remarkable life of Ventura Hernandez de la Torre, who passed away July 8th after celebrating his 100th birthday. Ventura served under General Patton in World War II and witnessed the destruction of the Nazi regime across Europe. And he was there to liberate the survivors of the Buchenwald concentration camp. Later, he was wounded in France while fighting to liberate that great country. Upon his return home, Ventura married a sweetheart and started a family in my district in the city of Fullerton. He spent the next several decades servicing others and was a community staple across our communities. Ventura is part of our greatest generation. He is survived by children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and many adopted family members. Mr. Ventura, thank you for your service to our country and to our community. We will miss you. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Biden's border policy has resulted in well over 10 million illegal immigrants entering our country since he was sworn in. This dangerous influx of illegal immigrants has created concerns about the integrity of our elections. Because even though federal law does state that only citizens can vote, it is still highly possible that illegal immigrants are registering to vote, particularly considering many states offer driver's license to illegal immigrants. Despite laws prohibiting individuals from illegally crossing our border, we know it is still happening by the millions. Clearly, laws aren't always followed. So we must take greater steps to ensure illegal immigrants aren't further skirting our laws by attempting to vote. That's why, in an effort to safeguard our elections, House Republicans passed the SAVE Act, which prohibits illegal immigrants from voting in our elections, and only U.S. citizens can vote. This makes a lot of sense to the American people, as it will require proof of American citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. A vote by someone here illegally, Mr. Speaker, counteracts a vote by an American citizen. The SAVE Act is about protecting our elections, and it is also about protecting the very foundation of our democrat constitutional republic. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to congratulate NBC Palm Springs for their remarkable achievement of taking home an Emmy Award at the National Academy of Television Pacific Southwest Chapter. You see, last month, the NBC Palm Springs team won the Emmy Award for Best Newscast in a Small Market for their coverage of Tropical Storm Hilary in August 2023. Our district communities were impacted by this rare and dangerous, unprecedented tropical storm to hit the desert in inland Southern California. Thanks to the coverage of the storm by Tim, Olivia, Tiani, Carmela, Jerry, and News Director David Reese, countless lives were saved. To the entire studio, your courage and professionalism prevailed throughout your coverage of the storm. It is my privilege to honor your well-deserved award and the invaluable service you provided to ensure our community was kept informed and safe. Congratulations, NBC Palm Springs. You have made us all incredibly proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate excellence in athletics and to highlight a very special group of Hoosiers. A year ago, the New Prairie High School girls softball team won the 3A state championship, marking the Cougars' first ever title in state history. And apparently, the boys didn't want to be shown up by the girls, because last month, the New Prairie baseball team also won the 3A state title for their first title in program history. Their 7-2 win over Brebeuf Jesuit Graves, the Cougars were carried by a stellar, outstanding performance from starting pitcher Tyson Greenwood. And all season long, the Cougars counted on the bat of sophomore sensation Reed Robinson, whose 43 RBIs were the second most in all of Indiana. So congratulations to Cougars head coach Mark Schellinger and all the young men on an incredible season and for bringing another state title back to Indiana's 2nd District. Thank you for making the New Prairie community very proud. May God bless you, and go Cougars.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I introduce the bipartisan Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2024. Let me thank my fellow bipartisan Ukraine Caucus co-chairs and other members who are strong supporters of Ukraine for introducing this legislation. Our bill renews the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act of 2022. It enables resumption of the previously granted enhanced authority for the President to lend or lease military equipment and weapons to Ukraine. It will assist Ukraine defend its people and sovereign territory as they face illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression orchestrated by Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian people are fighting fiercely for their homeland. During World War II, after the United States was attacked by Imperial Japan, we projected strength and liberty as the arsenal of democracy. We utilized authorities like those contained in this bill to support and defend our besieged allies, and without such effort, the tyranny of Axis powers would have won the day. As democracy's shield, our nation, together with our allies, must stand against tyranny, engaging every avenue of support available, including through the authorities in this legislation that will yield victory sooner rather than later. I invite all of our members to join us to co-sponsor this bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome home the USS aircraft carrier, the Eisenhower, the USS Eisenhower, the aircraft carrier and her battle group, and all of its sailors and Marines home to Hampton Roads this weekend after an extended 9.5-month deployment. The USS Eisenhower Carrier Battle Group has been deployed in the Red Sea off the coast of Israel for more than 8 months in what was the greatest concentration of naval power deployed to the Mediterranean in a generation. The selfless service of the men and women aboard the USS Eisenhower led them far from home during dangerous times for a purpose greater than themselves, and we owe them a debt that we can never repay. Earlier this year, I traveled with other members of Congress to Israel, where we met with different groups from senior military officers to everyday Israeli citizens. I cannot count the number of times we were thanked for sending the USS Eisenhower to sit off the coast of Israel after October 7th. The Israeli people truly believe that because of our U.S. naval presence in the region, countless lives were saved and Hezbollah never invaded Israel from the north. Tomorrow, I will proudly watch 4 of the USS Eisenhower squadrons fly into Naval Air Station Oceana with their families and look forward to thanking them on behalf of a grateful nation. It's truly an honor to represent these service members in Congress, to fiercely defend their mission and to advocate for them and their families. As a former Navy helicopter pilot and a Navy spouse of a F-18 pilot, I know the uncertainty their families face during this extended deployment, the milestones missed, and the challenges endured. I cannot wait for them to be reunited with their loved ones. Thank you to all those serving aboard the USS Eisenhower and her battle group, and welcome home. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to level the playing field in North Carolina to ensure that underrepresented entrepreneurs have a seat at the table. That's why I'm introducing the Supporting Diverse Entrepreneurs Act alongside Congresswoman Alma Adams. This bill will broaden the scope and funding for programs that support minority-owned businesses. Our bill would expand Minority Business Development Agency business centers near historically black colleges and universities and other minority-serving institutions. Doing so will help create a network of accessible business resources to help young, diverse entrepreneurs thrive. I'll continue to work with every ounce of my energy to expand economic growth and opportunity, increase access to capital, and support North Carolina's small business ecosystem. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act to prevent non-citizens from voting in American elections. Unfortunately, this has become a dire necessity to secure our elections after the President and his administration have allowed millions of illegal immigrants to enter our country. Not only are our elections at risk of interference from this influx of illegal immigrants, but so is our national security. More than 350 individuals whose names appear on the terrorist watch list were found trying to cross our southern border. Surely there are many more who have successfully made their way through the border. Mr. Speaker, what will it take for the President, his administration, impeached Secretary Mayorkas, and congressional Democrats to wake up to this impending disaster? I hope it doesn't come to that. For the sake of all Tennesseans, I will stand firm to support policies that secure our borders. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and times of my good friend, Juan Maldonado. Juan served his country faithfully during the Vietnam War. His perseverance and determination later translated into public service and political activism. During the Carter administration, Juan served on the Economic Opportunity Council and proudly represented the United States on official delegations to Latin America. As a state chairman of the Mexican American Democrats and local Democrats, he paved the way for Tejano Democrats in South Texas, working to elect the first Hispanics to public office in the Rio Grande Valley. He was a devout Catholic, devoted educator and coach, and an institution in our community. We will remember his faith, his devotion to South Texas, and his service to the people of the Rio Grande Valley. Today, let us honor his life, accomplishments, and the impact on our community and our country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former avid rugby player at Dartmouth College and founding member of the Congressional Rugby Caucus, it is my honor to welcome the U.S. Men's Eagles to the House of Representatives. Tomorrow, the Men's Eagles host Scotland right here in our nation's capital city. I encourage you to watch the game. Scotland is a nation with a proud rugby heritage, and rugby continues to grow in popularity in the United States of America. This game on Friday will be a great rematch, as 6 years ago, the USA defeated Scotland in a historic upset of the number 6 ranked team in the world. I welcome the Scottish team to Washington and wish both teams a good game. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the loss of a local institution, the Old Pink, a neighborhood tavern where Western New Yorkers ended a night out on the town with a drink and one of the Old Pink's famous steak sandwiches. On June 17th, a fire broke out at the Old Pink and it was damaged beyond repair. The Old Pink was founded by Kevin Brinkworth in 1968 and has remained in the family since, with Molly Brinkworth managing the iconic landmark for the last 3 decades. Molly's famous last call at Buffalo's 4 a.m. closing time gave everyone a heads up that their last drink and to find a ride home, it was up, or figure out their next stop. As the saying goes, you don't have to go home, you just can't stay here. While Buffalo has undergone numerous changes over the years, the Old Pink was a constant. Countless bartenders would head to the Old Pink after their own last call for a nightcap and late dinner, further cementing the bar's legendary status in Buffalo. To Molly and her team, who gave us so many unforgettable nights, we are heartbroken at the loss of this institution, an irreplaceable part of Buffalo's nightlife, and we offer a hopeful cheers to the idea that perhaps this isn't the Old Pink's last call. Sláinte. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, shipmate. Today it is with profound respect and pride that I stand to honor a remarkable patriot from my district, Miss Barbara Bobby Stone. Bobby, who recently passed away at the age of 102, served as a U.S. Marine during World War II and was a formidable member of America's greatest generation. On this past Memorial Day, we recognized Bobby at the Santa Clarita Eternal Valley event, celebrating her and other women's crucial roles in our military history. And despite her having Alzheimer's, her spirit of gratitude was evident and her legacy was undeniable. Bobby was more than a veteran. She was a beacon of courage and an inspiration to all that knew her. Her strength, her patriotism, and pioneering spirit were immeasurable. Like the heroes who served before her and beside her, she fought not just for victory abroad, but for recognition and equality at home. As we honor her memory, let's remember Bobby as she was, a fierce warrior, a dedicated Marine, and a cherished member of our community. Heaven has gained what we have lost, and she is now by the Lord's side. May God bless you, Bobby, and may God bless the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 11th, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, July 11th, 2024 through Sunday, July 21st, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. Very proud to be a member of the House of Representatives. Very proud to be a citizen of the United States of America. I love my country. I love it because of what it stands for. I love the words in the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all. I love the words in the Declaration of Independence, all persons created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I love my country, notwithstanding the fact that my country has not always loved me. I'm a son of the segregated South. There were times in my lifetime when I had to go to back doors to enter facilities, when I had to drink from colored water fountains, when I literally had to step off the sidewalk so that others could pass. Notwithstanding all of this, I love my country. And today I rise to call to the attention of my country and all who are assembled the fact that August 20th is Slavery Remembrance Day. Slavery Remembrance Day because it was on August 20th of 1619 that the White Lion docked at a place called Point Comfort near what we now call Norfolk, Virginia. And on the White Lion, there were 20 persons of African ancestry. These were the first 20 persons introduced into slavery by way of the colonies in what would become the United States of America. Notwithstanding August 20th of 1619, which was a seminal moment in time that has impacted the rest of time in this country, notwithstanding that date, I still rise and say I love my country. And it is appropriate for me at this time to pause. The minority leader has arrived, and I have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to accord him time. So I yield to him at this time, such time as he may consume. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Thank the distinguished gentleman, my good friend, Representative Green from the great state of Texas, for yielding and for his leadership. I rise today in a bittersweet moment to pay tribute to a beloved member of my team and a dedicated, longtime employee of the House of Representatives. For 37 years, Rena Diamond has been a fixture in the South Brooklyn community. Across an illustrious career where she has worked for 3 different members of Congress. She has served the last 11 years as a constituent services representative in my office. For 26 years before that with Representative Jerry Nadler and former Representative Stephen Solars. That's 37 years of service, 37 years of dedication, and 37 years of incredible commitment to the people of Brooklyn and to the community at large. None of what we do here in the House of Representatives would be possible without the hard work and dedication of our staff, particularly those who are on the front lines in the community back home in our districts. And each and every day, each and every week, each and every month, each and every year, Rena has engaged in such an intimate and compassionate way with the people of Brooklyn, helping community members with solving immigration challenges, resolving Social Security or Medicare issues, and securing veterans' benefits for countless individuals who have served our country. Hardworking, diligent, consistent, and compassionate, Rena has served faithfully in her role through the ups and downs of government service, including, most recently, a once-in-a-century pandemic, which was a time of incredible challenge for the people of Brooklyn and for our country. Over the years, thousands of constituents have expressed their gratitude and appreciation for the incredible assistance that Rena has so capably provided. Her excellence is widely known, having been recognized as an exemplary staffer by the Congressional Management Foundation and the recipient of numerous acknowledgments and accommodations. Rena has been the consummate example of what a public servant should represent. The 8th Congressional District of New York and the Borough of Brooklyn owe a debt of gratitude to Rena Diamond that we can never repay for her years of excellent service and incredible dedication to our community. Rena, on behalf of the people of the 8th Congressional District, thank you for your amazing service. You will be deeply missed, but we congratulate you and wish you nothing but the best on your retirement. It's my honor now to yield back to my good friend, Representative Al Green.
Button back up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to continue. And still I rise to commemorate August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day because, as I've indicated many times on this floor, done so today, it is the date that the White Lion, a ship with 20 persons of African ancestry, docked at a place called Point Comfort, near what we now call Norfolk, Virginia. It was a moment in time that has an impact on the rest of time in this country. Because you see, for 246 years, persons of African ancestry, more than 10 million, were brought to this country to sacrifice. And they sacrificed such that this very building was a product of their hands. They sacrificed to build roads and bridges. They were the persons who sacrificed to plant the crops and harvest and feed the nation. For 246 years they sacrificed, yet to this day they have not been properly acknowledged for the sacrifice that they suffered. They've not been acknowledged. We have acknowledged others. We've acknowledged the Confederate soldiers that fought to maintain slavery. We did so in 1956. We've acknowledged others. I think it's time to acknowledge them because, truth be told, they were the economic, foundational mothers and fathers of the country. This country's economic success was built on 246 years of sacrifice made by persons who were enslaved in our great country. Why not honor them for their sacrifice? Why not allow them to have, at last, the honor that they have earned by virtue of their sacrifice? And this is what we will attempt to do on August 20th. We've been doing so now for a number of years. On August 20th, Slavery Remembrance Day, we plan to have a major event right here in the Capitol, right here in the facility just off these grounds, in the Visitors Information Facility, or the Visitor Center as it's called, my bad. We plan to honor them with a day of remembrance. And I am honored to say that there are many persons who will be in attendance, including the men of the Masonic Order. They will come and pay tribute, as I will. But it's about more than tribute. It's about legislation that we have that we'll present to do what we did not do, and that is not only pay tribute to them, but also to have those who participated in this enslavement by way of their predecessor institutions. I'm talking about banks and insurance companies. We have legislation to seek atonement for this behavior of their predecessor institutions. But more importantly, we will have a final opportunity on that day, as we will on August 20th and all future days, to ask and remind people that we have legislation pending to accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. We're asking the President of the United States to present them with a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Give them in death what they never had in life, some semblance of freedom. We plan to acknowledge people who have been helpful with this journey. Mr. Steny Hoyer, who at the time was a majority leader, he was helpful in getting legislation through the House to acknowledge Slavery Remembrance Day. So today I rise as a progenitor of August the 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day. I rise today as a scion of the enslaved Africans whose lives were sacrificed for 246 years to make America great. And thereafter, their lives were sacrificed, many of them, in something called convict leasing, to continue slavery under another name. And thereafter, they were treated as second-class citizens, my ancestors, with something called lawful segregation. Lawful segregation, which was a form of invidious discrimination, which was a form of racism. All of these things happened. We can't deny them. The truth is being told. But I'm saying to you, notwithstanding all of these things, I still love my country. I'm saying to you, notwithstanding all of these things, my country still hasn't done enough to acknowledge the history and acknowledge the suffering of those whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. August 20th, we plan to continue the process of acknowledgement, plan to continue the process of honoring and causing people to understand that in this country, notwithstanding our history, we can atone. There is time to atone, which brings me to the last piece of legislation that we will call to the attention of persons assembled. And this piece of legislation calls for a Department of Reconciliation. We have not reconciled. We have not. There are many things that we need to reconcile. Slavery is one of them. The things that happened to the indigenous Americans, the Aboriginal Americans, we call them Indians, but the things that happened to them were unconscionable. They suffered injustices that no one else has suffered in this country. We ought to atone. We ought to have a Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation who reports directly to the President of the United States of America with the sole mission of bringing about atonement and reconciliation for our many transgressions. If America is to be America for all Americans, we have to do this. We have to have the atonement. And it has to also include the many persons of Asian ancestry whose ancestors came here and built the railroads, whose ancestors were interned simply because there was a war going on and they happened to be of a certain ancestry. Their ancestors were related to the war, but they were not. They were Americans, many of them, and they were interned unjustly, unlawfully, in my opinion. So we have to atone for this. But we also have to atone for what happened with Texas. I'm a representative from the state of Texas. I proudly wear a Texas tie when I'm on the floor, if not a tie celebrating the United States of America in some way. This is my way of showing my patriotism. I also sing the national anthem. I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. But we have to atone for what happened with Texas. Texas is the only state in the Union to secede twice because of slavery. Texas left Mexico because Mexico said, no more slavery, Texas. Texas said, well, if we can't have slavery, we will leave Mexico. And they did. Texas did. And then became a part of the United States. Texas then left the United States because of slavery. So we have to atone for these things. We have to acknowledge that they occurred. And we have to, on August the 20th, bring to the attention of our country the fact that we will honor those whose lives have been sacrificed and we should have a Department of Reconciliation in addition to Slavery Remembrance Day to honor those persons whose lives were sacrificed. Mr. Speaker, it is always an honor to stand here in the well of the House. I do love my country, but my country has not always loved me. It's difficult sometimes to love that which does not love you, but I do, and I have, and I will, because the truth be told, notwithstanding all of the things that have happened and many that have happened to me personally, I've celebrated my 25th birthday for the third time. I'm now into my 25th. All of these things, it is my belief that if something bad has to happen to you now, let it happen to you in the United States of America. If you have to go through a divorce, if your spouse is going to leave you, let it happen in the United States of America. If you have to suffer the alienation of affection from your pet, your dog bites you, let your dog bite you in the United States of America. Friends, notwithstanding all of the things that have happened, I still believe that the best place to make change and to bring about liberty and justice for all is the United States of America. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ellzey, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader. Oh, he's got a...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent for members to have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
The first job of any government, municipal, state, federal, is to protect her citizens. And I'd like to begin this speech by saying we are not protecting our citizens, particularly on the southern border, of which Texas is the front line in a battle to protect our people. And we're losing 200 Americans every day to fentanyl poisoning, the compounds of which are coming from China, manufactured by the cartels, and killing wartime numbers of Americans. In World War II, we lost 305 Americans every day fighting tyranny overseas. Today, we're losing 300 Americans every day to fentanyl poisoning and drug overdose. We must start there. But as many of you know, from time to time, I address the House floor with my version of a speech that my childhood pastor would give every Sunday called Joys and Concerns. During this, he would highlight some of the remarkable things that people would accomplish in our district. He would also take this time to bring up prayer requests, and in that moment, we as a congregation would unite in prayer for community and those in need. And today, before we discuss some of my district's outstanding accomplishments, I want to talk about something that we must unite on as a country and as a people. And I want to talk about a very important experience that I had just this last week. We just returned from a week-long trip to the Baltics. And during that visit, my colleagues and I met with senior leadership from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the Baltics, to discuss critical security issues and the daily threats that come with being Putin's neighbor. They are both a neighbor of Russia and Belarus, a vassal of Russia, and they are Russia's neighbor to the west. They share a front line. One diplomat said it best: Ukraine isn't just fighting for us, Ukraine is fighting instead of us. Because his people understand what life looked like under Russian rule or Soviet rule. which these days looks very much the same. They understand the brutality, the oppression, and the attempts to wipe away their way of life. While in Lithuania, we visited the Museum of Occupations and Freedom Fights. The museum is housed in the former KGB headquarters and during World War II, the Gestapo of the Nazis. The basement was the prison and execution room, and it's still perfectly preserved as the KGB just got up and left one day. They immediately turned it into a museum. Over 1,000 people were murdered in that very basement with bullet shots to the head. Countless more withstood brutal interrogation and torture, the pictures of which won't be shown here. I stood in the execution room where blood stains the ground and bullet holes are still visible on the walls. Bodies were discounted up the chute, up the window, and hidden in mass graves. And political prisoners were held there as recently as 1987. This is who we're dealing with: a KGB thug ruling Russia. This is Vladimir Putin. And we know that same playbook is being unleashed on the Ukrainian people right now, and that unspeakable atrocities are being committed. Last year I visited Bucha, a mass grave where innocent civilians were killed during the invasion of Ukraine. Just northwest of Kyiv, as the forces of Vladimir Putin were aimed intent on erasing Ukraine from the earth. The rise of Russia under Putin's despotic regime is sinking once again to return to the boundaries of the former Soviet Union. This is a threat not just to Ukraine, but a threat to Europe and to freedom on our shores around the world. And as a man who spent 20 years in uniform, the father of a son who wants to spend 20 years in uniform, the last thing I want is American soldiers going overseas to fight again. That's why we must be strong. We cannot do that if we show weakness. That's why it's so important that we show strength in the way that Reagan did, peace through strength. We trundled into World War I and World War II by not being strong, by being isolationist. We must be involved in order to prevent that which many fear. There's no stronger force than the human spirit and steadfast pursuit of freedom. We see this every day in the people of Ukraine. Those who choose freedom and liberty must always prevail. But we will not have a Europe or a world free and at peace until the Kremlin's systematic brutality, oppression, and aspirations of global domination are systematically dismantled and held accountable. The Bible says the thief, in John 10:10, the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. And thief means Satan. History has proved this time and time again, and that is exactly what Putin is carrying out in Ukraine. In just the last 3 months, Russia has conducted targeted attacks on critical energy infrastructure across the country 8 different times, attempting to cut off power and heat to communities, hospitals, and schools. Last year, a massive dam in Russian-controlled area of southern Ukraine was destroyed, killing hundreds of Ukrainians and destroying thousands of homes. Not military bases, civilians and homes. Russia has also targeted farmland and grain silos, attempting to starve Ukrainians into surrender. And I want to add a little something about history here. We know what happened in the Holocaust. Well, in 1931, Joseph Stalin executed the Holodomor. He killed 8 million Ukrainians by starving them of their grain. Does this sound familiar to today? He's trying to wipe Ukraine off the map. He and his prime minister have said Ukraine has never existed, nor will it ever exist. This isn't a war. This is a genocide. By that very definition, 1,900,000, over 1,900,000, up to 100,000, depending on who says it, children have been abducted by Russia since the war began. It is terrifying to imagine where these children are now and the trauma they have experienced, but they are in Russia. They being Russified. They have been stolen from their parents. They have been kidnapped. to learn Russian and the Russian way of life. By definition, that is a genocide. Kill, steal, and destroy. Russia is attempting to erase Ukraine and its people. Putin's intentions are clear. We saw it in Georgia in 2008. We saw it in Crimea in 2014. That was not an annexation of Crimea. That was the invasion. There's no such thing as annexation of an existing country recognized by the UN. It's an invasion. The world responded with appeasement just like they did in 1938, just like they did in the Sudetenland. Here, please take this. Take this and be happy. You can have this people. You can have these millions of people. Just please don't go any further. People are hoping Putin's global ambition will melt away, but it won't. History repeats itself. In fact, it usually repeats itself every 80 years. And Putin is attempting to redraw borders and erase sovereignty through brute force. And those Baltic countries know who's next. We must be unapologetic in exposing the Kremlin's global ambitions for what they are. The preservation of Ukraine's sovereignty and existence and the boundaries of the free world are at stake. NATO's eastern flank is the next frontier. And we must be clear-eyed that any friend of Putin is an enemy of freedom. Let me point out who Putin's allies are. Communist China is bankrolling the Kremlin's imperialism and the largest war in Europe since World War II. Their ability to regenerate their war machine in the last year is solely due to the input and the money from China. Iran is supplying drones, arms, and ammunition, an essential lifeline to Putin's continued brutality. Cuba is sending troops to train in Belarus and Russia, while a Russian warship made a port call in Havana, just 90 miles from the U.S. This administration's response? Silence. Just last month, Putin visited Pyongyang, was wined and dined by Kim Jong-un, and together signed a so-called Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Pact that promises military and other assistance. These alliances should raise every alarm bell we have. Global authoritarian regimes joining together with their fellow dictators and war criminals to further threaten the West and world order. They are not operating alone. They are operating in unison in three current wars going on right now: in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and technically in North and South Korea, which was not an armistice. It was a ceasefire. So while the debate over the last few years has focused on arming and supporting the Ukrainian people, we also need to speak plainly about the need to defeat Putin's Kremlin. Some are fearful of this language, fearful it will cause escalation. But you can't participate while worrying about that. We know one thing of the Kremlin: he only responds to power and strength. Churchill, in 1946 at a university in Missouri, after he had been summarily released from his duties as prime minister after winning the war, along with his allies, came over here and said during the Iron Curtain speech that the Russians only understand one thing, and that's force. I wish it weren't true. We all wish it weren't true, but it is true. You can't turn your back. You can't bury your head. You can't act like it's not happening because it's inconvenient to the rest of the world. So this is a 1938 moment. Will we rise to the task? Will we learn the lessons of our history? Or will we allow Russia to topple Ukraine and carry on anywhere it wants to in Europe? So while it may be dissimilar from my usual order, I'd like to start with this joys and concerns speech by asking that those in the chamber silently and to yourself, without any extra time, pray for the people of Ukraine, pray for those under threat, pray for the families of the victims of Putin's atrocities, pray for those who are giving their lives so that we don't have to. Pray that this unprovoked, unprecedented genocide comes to an end. that good will triumph over evil, and that the United States and her allies will always stand on the side of good. Well, with all this going on overseas, I often get asked how we can still have hope. Hope in the world, hope in our country, and hope in man. Folks like those I'm about to tell you about are why I have hope. They are dedicated to their communities, to our country, and to doing the right thing. And it's never in the news. The people behind me in the gallery are good Americans, doing their jobs, going to school, learning about their country, taking pride in their country. Some are celebrating a life of accomplishment, and others are just starting their journey. Others, like my daughter sitting with me here today, are just starting a life of adulthood. I love the people of my district. They are not only remarkable, not the only remarkable people in our country. Our country is filled with remarkable people. Our country is great because of them. We are the most caring, giving, sacrificial, and united country that has existed, and there's nothing we can't achieve when we come together. There is no binary choice of this or that, or border or protection, border or military, border and protecting our allies overseas. We have done it before. We have done it all before. And it's not a could, should, maybe. It's a shall. So let's take some time and talk about some of the things we've achieved. Jimmy Sparley from Midlothian. Congratulations on receiving the Professional Servant Leader Award from Midlothian ISD. Your inspiring leadership has made a significant impact on the students and families of Midlothian ISD, enriching our community. Your dedication as associate principal, coupled with your kindness and patience, is making a lasting impression on our children. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and passion. Cindy Dolezal from Midlothian. Congratulations on earning the Paraprofessional Servant Leader Award for Midlothian ISD. Your dedication has positively impacted the students and families of Midlothian. Our community thrives because of your service and commitment to education. Your role is crucial, and your contributions as a vital team member are deeply valued. Thank you, Cindy. Carlos Rivera from Midlothian. Congratulations on receiving the Servant Leader in Manual Trades Award for Midlothian ISD. Your efforts are making a significant difference in Midlothian and within the school district. Thank you for your dedication and hard work. Gaia Jefferson in Midlothian. Congratulations on being named the new Executive Director of Human Resources for Midlothian ISD. Your commitment to our students, educators, and schools is commendable. The experience you bring to this role will benefit the staff at MISD greatly. As our community grows, having seasoned professionals like you at the helm strengthens us all. Thank you for your dedication to improving lives. Coach Austin Guest from Midlothian. Congratulations to you and the Midlothian High School Panthers soccer team for making history with your debut state tournament appearance and becoming the 2024 UIL 5A state champions. This remarkable achievement is a testament to your hard work and countless hours of practice. The Panthers will cherish the skills, memories, and friendships gained through the soccer program. These experiences provide valuable life lessons and tools for future success. Giovanni Cook from Mansfield. Congratulations on your retirement from the Mansfield Police Department. The people of Mansfield deeply appreciate your dedication and years of service. It's an honor to recognize you for over 2 decades of commitment as a public information officer. You will be greatly missed. Detective Maria Lozano from Ennis. Congratulations and thank you. You have received the Life-Saving Award from Ennis Police Department. Maria entered a store in Malakoff, which is a small town in our district, on her way home to find that a man was lying on the floor and unconscious. Maria started CPR and during the event noticed that the man's pupils were size of pins. Maria, through her training, knew this to be a possible poisoning. Maria had a store employee grab her patrol bag, and 3 rounds of Narcan were administered after 8 minutes of CPR. Medics arrived on the scene, and the man eventually opened his eyes and was transported to the hospital, and his life was saved. Saved from drug overdose. This award honors your courageous and selfless acts as a law enforcement officer. Your devotion to duty and keeping our community safe is truly commendable. Officer Joe Orozco from Hillsborough. Congratulations on your retirement from Hillsborough Department of Public Safety. Recognizing your 18 years of dedicated service in law enforcement is an honor. Your outstanding commitment has left a significant impact on our community. The people of Hill County greatly appreciate your dedication, and you'll be missed greatly. Fire Chief Ben Blanton from Red Oak, congratulations to you and Red Oak Fire Rescue on 75 years of dedicated service. Your vision and leadership are greatly appreciated. Thank you for your commitment to your team and the people of Red Oak. The growth and positive impact of Red Oak Fire Rescue over the years is a testament to its rich history. Many more achievements lie ahead, and serving as your congressman is an honor, and I'm committed to supporting your community. Deputy Roman Johnson from Red Oak, congratulations on graduating from the North Texas Council of Governments Police Academy and starting your career with the Ellis County Sheriff's Office. Our community is fortunate to have you in this role. Thank you for your commitment to protect and serve the people of Ellis County. Your desire to make a difference in the lives of others is truly admirable. Best wishes in your new position. Maddie Mills from Cayuga, congratulations on receiving the Good Citizen Award from the National Daughters of the American Revolution. This award highlights your leadership, dependability, service, and patriotism. Be proud of your accomplishments and know that great things lie ahead as you continue your education. Natalie Schwind from Waxahachie, congratulations on achieving the Girl Scout Gold Award. This prestigious accomplishment reflects your commitment, tenacity, integrity, and work ethic. As you embark on your next journey, apply the skills and values you've gained through scouting. Remember the Girl Scout promise and law as a guide to a successful and fulfilling life. Angelica Stampley from Jacksonville, congratulations on opening your new small business, Neon Moon Boarding. Small businesses are the cornerstone of America, and your commitment to serving our community in Cherokee County is to be commended. Congratulations to all who contributed to opening this wonderful business. Supporting small businesses means supporting dreams. May your pet boarding business prosper for years to come. Vicki and Stephen Braley from Palestine, congratulations on reaching 100 years in the hardware business. Your legacy of dedicated service to our community is deeply valued. This significant milestone is a testament to your store's positive impact and rich history. May Braley's Ace Hardware continue to prosper for years to come, and supporting small businesses means supporting dreams. Susan Mann from Hillsborough, congratulations on receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Texas Library Association and, sadly, your retirement from Hillsborough City Library after 41 years of dedicated service. Your vision and leadership have enriched the lives of Hillsborough citizens and children and inspired many in the field of literature. Your passion and dedication to sharing your love of books is a testament to your commitment. This honor reflects the profound impact you've made throughout your career. Brandy Glasgow from Neches, congratulations on being named Employee of the Year for Neches ISD. Your inspiring work has made a significant impact on the students and families of Neches ISD. Your service and dedication to education have enriched our community. As a reading interventionist, your leadership and daily passion are leaving a lasting impression on our children. Ryan Vines from Palmer, congratulations on being named Palmer High School Teacher of the Year. Your inspiring teaching has made a difference to the students and families of Palmer ISD. Your service and dedication to education have enriched our community. Your classroom leadership and passion are making a lasting impression on our children. Roxanne McElhaney from Palmer, congratulations on being named Paraprofessional of the Year for Palmer High School. Your contributions have made a difference to the students and families of Palmer ISD. Your service and dedication to education have enriched our community, and as Register, your leadership and daily passion are valued and essential to our schools. Thank you for your kindness, patience, and commitment. Kathy Evans from Palestine, congratulations on your retirement after 50 years of service with the Palestine ISD Transportation Department. Your dedication to the students and families has enriched our community. Your leadership and daily passion for ensuring students safe transport and well-maintained buses are greatly appreciated. Angela Strong from Waxahachie, congratulations on being named the new principal of Clift Elementary School. Your commitment to students and educators is commendable. Your advocacy for education has enriched our community through your years of service. Your leadership and daily passion for ensuring students and faculty's success is deeply appreciated. Dr. Diane Frost from Corsicana, congratulations on your retirement after 14 years of dedicated service as superintendent of Corsicana ISD. Your support for the students, teachers, and families of Corsicana is truly admirable. Your dedication to education and the district has been remarkable. Thank you for your service and devotion to our children, and best wishes for the future. Next, I want to highlight the young men and women who went through the rigorous process of applying for a nomination to our nation's service academies. As members of Congress, we get the distinct privilege of helping pick our next leaders. And while not everyone who applies for the nomination will receive an appointment, the discipline and dedication required to get an interview are worthy of recognition. As a Naval Academy graduate myself, I know how difficult it is and how tiring it is to apply for these academies. And it's one of my true pleasures as a congressman to get to make that choice for the next generation of leaders in public service and military service. For Midlothian High School, Jack Ashley, Ron Howard, Joshua Ramirez, Carson Tompkins. From Great Hearts High School, Gavin Knowlton and Micah Nichols. From Mansfield High School, Gracie Speltz and Colton Cox. From Alvarado High School, Jade Alford. From Whitney High School, Joanna Andis. From West High School, Cole Bryant. From Maypearl, Dustin Shawton. From Ennis, Joseph Gutierrez. And from the Highlands High School, Jason Jander. You will all accomplish great things for our country. I also want to extend a special recognition to the courageous students from our district who have enlisted in the military. It's an all-volunteer force. You have a servant's heart. For you, service for something other than self is a mission and a lifelong goal. My district is home to 30 different high schools. And within those 30 high schools, there were 114 brave young men and women who raised their hands and said, "Here am I, send me." Within the coming months, they will be joining our nation's military on the front lines, in harm's way. I want to take a moment to recognize their sacrifice. Their commitment and bravery exemplify the highest values of service, and we're deeply proud of their dedication to our country. From Alto High School, Viviana Aguilar for enlisting in the Army National Guard. From Alvarado High School, enlisting in the Air Force, Lauren Melson. Air National Guard, Aaron McGowan. Army, Mason Cheek and Garrett Lowry. Marine Corps, Nikolai Sims and Guillermo Martinez. From Cayuga High School, in the Navy, Molly White, Christopher Marcus, Tristan Wilson. From Corsicana, enlisting in the Navy, Johnny Mirafuentes. From Elkhart, Army National Guard, Hayden Moore. Navy, Alexis Milliard. From Ferris High School, Army National Guard, Mark Anthony Calderon, Jr. Marine Corps, these guys must have gotten together and decided this. Luis Sanchez Correa, Leandro Gonzalez, Arturo Contreras, Jr., and Tanner Eckert. Navy, LaDamian Blue. From Grandview High School, enlisting in the Army, Christopher Gonzalez, Jr. and Jackson Mackey. Marine Corps, Caleb Quintero. Hubbard High School, in the Marine Corps, Trent Cossey. Jacksonville High School, Marine Corps, Alvaro de la Luz, Alex Lainez, and Yael Aldama Vasquez. From Mansfield High School, Air Force, Kevin McKinley III. Army, Gary Fraser Jr. and Jason Randall. For Mansfield Summit High School, Air Force, Krishana B. and Kennedy Jefferson. Army, Anna Mutusami, Beverly Bailey. Army National Guard, Brendan McCollum. Marine Corps, Jaden Porter, Michael Reynolds, and Randy Apodaco. Navy, Logan Boyd. Mansfield Timberview High School, enlisting in the Army, Stephen Kirk, Christopher Gallegos, Oscar Contreras. Army Reserve, Melissa Contreras. Marine Corps, Christian Wiggins. From Maypearl High School in the National Guard, Emmanuel Sanchez. From Midlothian High School, Navy, Caleb Borcherding. Army, Peyton Brummett. Air Force, Olivia Butterworth and Markale Nienenhaus. Coast Guard, Grayson Colvin. Marine Corps, Andrew Duncan Moore. Texas Air National Guard, Chelsea Jackson. And Army National Guard, Cheyenne McBride, Tatum Murray, and Leah Villalobos. From Mildred High School, National Guard, Brinley Perkins. From Nimitz High School, Marine Corps, Kennedy Martin, Violeta Montes, and Brian Fernandez. Navy, Iris Sosa. Jabeka Tecumseh. Yandel Flores, and Ashley Estrada. I'd like to recognize Andrea Alvarado for receiving a Navy ROTC scholarship and Emma Huckabee for receiving an Army ROTC scholarship. From Penelope High School in the Marine Corps, Miguel Angel Flores. From Red Oak, Army National Guard, Chloe Draper. Marine Corps, Wyatt Fogel and Reese Tiffany. Navy, Amani Cooks. From Rice High School, Army National Guard, Laura Sanchez. Marine Corps, Eli Gibson. Sam Houston High School, National Guard, Henry Newton and Regina Balderas. Navy, Eric Quiros. Army, Alfonso Perez Jr., Cesar Ramirez, Alejandra Sandoval, Jared Ramirez, Jimena Gonzalez, and Renee Arevalo Mendoza. Marine Corps, Roland Tuil and Isaac Nieto. From Waxahachie Global High, Army, Hayden White. From Waxahachie High School, enlisting in the Navy, Logan Ojeda, Jasmine Roberts, Liseth Fuentes, and Asia Parrish. In the Marine Corps, Ernesto Alvarado Mata, Haley Avellaneda, and Ruby Nieto. In the National Guard, Mason Contreras, Vincent Sally, Skylar Howard, and Carolina Suarez. In the Army, Ella Crow. Air Force, Thomas Hernandez Jr. and Mateo Martinez. From Westwood High School, enlisting in the Marine Corps, Brody Ander Latner, Tristan Alexander Fitzgerald. In the Navy, Jonathan Alexander Castillo, Christian James Flores. In the Army National Guard, Curtis Michael Brown. From Wortham High School, in the Navy, James Rissmiller. These are just a few examples of some outstanding people living in a place I'm blessed to call home. You need not worry about the future of our country. 114 young men and women believe in our country so much they're willing to put their lives on the line. So when you are told that there's no hope for our country by the media, people in this body, that we can't do something, we can do anything we set our minds to because we're the United States of America. We are the lighthouse of the world. We are the bright, shining city on a hill. There's a lot of good people working in Washington. They get a bad rap. A lot of elected folks up here. A lot of folks sitting up here who do their jobs as clerks here in the House. Folks are working hard, very, very hard every day to make our lives better. They're working hard on your behalf. And we have the best system in the world. So we have great people in our district. It's a real privilege to serve them as their congressman. And it's my privilege to honor them on the House floor. Keep all Americans in your prayers. Keep the Israeli hostages in your prayers. Keep joy in your hearts, hope in man, and faith in God. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes a gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grotham, for 30 minutes.
I want to address some issues that I've addressed from this podium in the past, but I think the American press corps has still not picked up on them. And they're issues that ought to be debated in the upcoming elections, because I think over time they have a profound effect on America. When I talk to people my age and up, they are almost uniformly concerned about where America is going. And they feel America is not as great a country, particularly as great a country to raise children in, as the America that they grew up in the 70s or 60s or 50s. And when I ask them why, they sometimes have a hard time placing it, and they list different things. But one of the things they all talk about is the breakdown of the family. And you have to wonder why this has happened or why they feel the family is not as strong as they used to. But they're right if you look at the statistics. If you look at the number of children born without both a mother and father in the home, in around 1960, that was only 5%, rare. Then the Lyndon Johnson-led federal government began a so-called war on poverty. I call it a war on marriage. And between 1960 and the mid-1990s, that 5% figure went up to 40%. Now you might ask, was this just a coincidence? Did people believe in God less? Was getting married first as important? How did it happen? The American public should be aware that there are some people who always did want it to happen. Going back to Karl Marx, founder of Marxism, very connected with communism, the scourge of the 20th century, there was a goal to break down the family. They felt for the government to become preeminent, the family must shrink. And the most important factor in raising children was no longer mother and father, it was the government. So, beginning in the 60s, a variety of programs were passed, and kind of surprising, because today we talk about equity was close to equally. You would think the government would treat all Americans the same. But these programs provided benefits to people who had a certain income level. And if you had a very low income level, either because you weren't working yourself, or let's just take a woman as example, because there was no husband in the house working, you therefore became eligible for a variety of benefits, some of which began in the 60s and some of which have been added since that time. We are aware of these benefits. One of the most generous is housing for people without a major breadwinner in the home, and that can amount to a $700 or $800 or $900 a month benefit. We're all aware of the food stamp benefit, which you're eligible for if there's not a man who's a breadwinner in the house. We have medical benefits. We have something called Pell Grants, which provide free college both to parents of people who are in poverty or a parent in poverty and to that person themselves. I'd like to recount an anecdote on Pell Grants. I've given a talk like this for many years in Wisconsin. I'd always give them to what used to be called the Tea Party movement, which was usually made up of a bunch of guys who were over 60 years old. But I talked about the benefits that the government gave to people who weren't married at that time. And I talked to a young gal, because she was different from anybody else, and I asked her what she thought about my talk. And she told me, she said, well, me and my husband got married before we had children, but none of my friends are getting married. They get free college, which is right. I wonder whether Senator Pell, before he came up with the Pell Grants, knew that within 30 years of introducing the Pell Grants, the young people would catch on that the government wanted them not to get married so that their that was the way their children would get free college, or they themselves would get free college. We now have TANF program, which gives cash benefits to people. Indeed, there are over 70 government programs in which your benefits are based on percent of poverty, which is to say you get benefits if you are not working hard, and if you are not married to a spouse who is working hard, because as soon as you have one person who's working kind of hard, they're going to make enough money, they're not eligible for all these programs. So when you consider the powerful forces who wanted to get rid of the family, perhaps this is not a coincidence. In the 1960s, in addition to the Marxists, we had the angry feminist movement. And there were feminists like Kate Millay, a name I remember from my youth. If you look up her speeches or comments, she wanted to break down the family and not have men in the family. And I don't think it's a coincidence that at the same time these programs were expanding, the power of the feminists in this institution increased, and the result was we're going to have less men in the family. Now you ask, who is harmed? Oh, another big program, the Earned Income Tax Credit, which can easily give $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000, which was formed by Jack Kemp, an entirely misguided Republican who felt it was good to put another program conditioned upon not having a good breadwinner in the household. In any event, I think when all these programs are done, we did work our way up to a point in which 40% of the children were born without two parents in the house. The effect of this, not only on the children, but on the men, was huge. There is an important author by the name of George Gilder, who we have long since forgotten, but he's still alive, still kicking. Hope he's listening to me. George Gilder investigated what was sometimes called a ghetto in Albany, New York. And he followed a young couple, an unmarried couple, when the gal got pregnant. And he expected, back in those days, when you had an unmarried couple and the gal got pregnant, that was cause for concern. People were not happy that the gal was pregnant. It was like, what are we going to do? But he found out already by the 1970s that it was actually cause for celebration. And the mother and the father went from government office to government office, picking up all these benefits. It meant that she would no longer have to live with her mother, and he wouldn't have to live with the father. He shouldn't be living in the household, but as a practical matter, he was. So a benefit for having a child out of wedlock was all of a sudden you got housing. Now, since that time, we've done something called a Title 42 tax credit, in which the government pays for 70% of housing that a property developer, who may also be a campaign contributor, is able to build low-income housing, new low-income housing, superior to housing or superior to rental properties, which most other people get, and people below 1% of poverty are able to live in Section 42 housing. And the property developer, who has now built very nice properties, because the government's paying for 70% of them, he becomes very wealthy, and the new family or the new mother and child wind up living in an apartment nicer than most other people live. But in any event, George Gilder's observation was not only does this put the child in the long run in a more difficult position, and people who work hard, all sorts of family backgrounds, are doing a tremendous job. I understand that. But another effect that I don't know was necessarily anticipated by Lyndon Johnson is they kind of took the purpose out of the man's life. Because now you have a basket of goodies for the mom, and she may be making $40,000 a year, $30,000 a year, and pretty soon the couple realizes that if the guy is going to come in and make $35,000 or $40,000 a year, materially he has done nothing to add to the family. So he winds up eventually realizing, why am I going to live here? Maybe he moves out on his own, maybe mom kicks him out. But in any event, we've kind of made the man superfluous. I'm sorry. The man superfluous, which I think George Gilder would argue is the major effect of the war on poverty. They've taken away the purpose of the man to be part of a family. In any event, here we are in 2024 in a situation in which about 40% of the children are born to a couple out of wedlock, and obviously with divorces or people breaking up. With people breaking up, that number can wind up even higher, which is a huge tragedy for America. And if we want to get America back to, say, 1960, where this was almost unheard of, we have to fundamentally change these programs. Of course, as you have a family breakdown, you have more other problems that we are trying to deal with here. As you have less marriages, you have a higher abortion rate. And so a lot of these abortions have to be attributed to the war on marriage begun by Lyndon Johnson. You have children who maybe don't do as well in school, which can be attributed to this, or more likely to be depressed, or more likely to commit crime, or have guys who don't have a purpose in life and are more likely to just hang out and do drugs and that sort of thing. I think this is a huge issue, and it's something our slumbering press corps ought to take up with our candidates for president and see if they plan on doing anything about it, since the war on poverty in the 1960s can, I think, universally be declared a complete failure. And I would ask the press corps to look at this, and I would also ask leadership in both parties, as they plan what they're going to do in January of 2025, do you view this breakdown of the family as something the government should do something about, particularly because, as far as I can tell, it was largely caused by the government in the first place, and people who wanted the breakdown in the government, people like Angela Davis, well-known communist, people like the feminists who were so important in the 1960s, that it appears that not for everybody, but for some of the principals who designed these programs, a goal was the destruction of the family. And of course they have succeeded in that these single family units are much more likely to depend upon the government. And every year, of course, I am lobbied by people who want the government, therefore, to take up an even greater role in their children's life, be it daycare, be it preschool, be it after-school programs, whatever. They clearly want the children raised by the government. So I hope the press corps picks up on this, and I hope Republican and Democrat leadership put together some sort of plan for January in which we work our way back to where America was in the 1960s. The next issue that I'm going to take up, and was debated on this floor quite a bit yesterday, but I don't think a certain tact was taken with regard to the bill. President Biden, one of the many things that he champions and is proud of since he's done here, weighed in on Title IX and is trying to force a certain view of transgenders on American schools. It would seem to me that in life today, the transgenders, at least we're told, are very unhappy people compared to their peers. Nevertheless, the Biden administration has adopted rules, the message of which is if a young person feels a little bit like a transgender or wants to be a transgender, since it's portrayed kind of as a positive lifestyle in the news, if someone wants to do that way, the schools have to go out of the way and accept this lifestyle and maybe even, I would say, accept it to the degree to which you'd say you're promoting the lifestyle. Now, we have to say the best studies of gender dysphoria show that between 80 and 95% of the children who claim to have a gender identity problem will snap out of it. If you read a book, what I think is the best book on the topic that I've read, maybe one of the worst things you can do to children like this is encourage them down the path. In other words, praise them for doing this, accept them for doing this, and you wind up in a situation in which they may not bounce out of it. This is my problem with the Biden rule. The rule is such that I believe that children who play with this sort of identity are more likely to wind up permanently experiencing this identity rather than bouncing out of it as 80 to 90% are. In Europe, they have kind of backed off of the extreme view of this lifestyle situation because they realized that the more they talked about transgenderism, the more kids began to adapt it. And they therefore feel that going all the way towards puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones may be very damaging, and the children will just wind up getting back to the norm on their own. So I think as we discuss this topic, a lot of the verbiage is aimed at people participating, men and girls sports. But I hope we're also looking at the more we normalize this lifestyle, which seems to be connected with depression and unhappiness, the more we do that, the more children will go down that path, the more it will give the medical profession an opportunity to prescribe more drugs and even in some cases do more surgeries. So when we have a president who in an extreme case is even telling boys, that's fine, you can pretend you're a girl, we'll accept you as a girl, go out for the girls' soccer team or whatever, you are, or I think you are very likely, harming that boy who would probably, according to the statistics, snap out of it, but instead he is going to start down a lifetime which may include puberty blockers and may include depression as he comes to accept the norm of being something which he is not. And I hope this side of the story will be taken up not only in this body, but by conservative press outlets who just solely focus, which is an outrage too, on the unfairness of having a boy compete in a girl's sport, but also think on what you're doing to the poor, misguided people, boys who think they're girls or girls who think they're boys, because as you affirm this choice, you're going to get more and more people going down that path, and more people, I think, winding up with unhappy lives. I think what I'll do, we have other things to talk about, but I think I'll leave that for next week. I believe it is time for me to make a motion. Is it time for me to make a motion? Okay, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the hearing now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, there have been growing concerns among many Americans relating to the capabilities of the president to carry out his duties. And not only that, but there have been concerns about the extent to which some in the White House, perhaps also in the Congress, have limited the ability of Americans to get access to the information that they need to form their own judgment as to those capabilities. And I think there's a lot that is going to need to be investigated in the weeks and months ahead in that regard. But I wanted to just highlight today what might be the most disturbing facet of this situation, and that is the systematic efforts by the Attorney General, the Justice Department, and the White House to illegally defy a congressional subpoena in order to deprive Americans of access to this sort of information. And I wanted to specifically highlight what is perhaps Exhibit A, you might even call it a smoking gun, that the White House acted in a consciously political way and deprived Americans of access to information, defied a congressional subpoena, defied the idea of the separation of powers and checks and balances for purely political reasons. For months, the Judiciary Committee, under its lawful oversight authority, asked for the Justice Department to produce the interviews that President Biden had with Special Counsel Hur. These interviews were conducted, of course, as part of an investigation into the president's mishandling of classified information. And the ultimate report produced by Special Counsel Hur stated that there was significant evidence the president had broken the law, but he was not going to recommend charges for, among other reasons, the fact that the president exhibited diminished faculties and a poor memory in the course of these interviews. So the House Judiciary Committee had several legitimate bases to request access to those interviews. And indeed, the Justice Department appeared to agree inasmuch as they did produce transcripts of those interviews. However, they have adamantly and consistently refused to actually provide the best available evidence of materials that they have agreed are pertinent to our oversight responsibilities, and that is the recordings themselves. These recordings exist. They're audio recordings that continue to be suppressed and concealed from the American people. And so what I have here is the letter from the White House counsel, Edward Siskel, written to the chairman of the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee, formally invoking executive privilege. This happened after weeks and weeks and weeks of stonewalling for the Justice Department. It happened moments before a hearing was convened to hold the Attorney General to cite him in contempt. Suddenly, the president exerts executive privilege. And what they said in this letter, this line right here, is really the giveaway. You might even call it a smoking gun, where it says the absence of a legitimate need for the audio recordings. Of course, we did have a legitimate need for them cited repeatedly in correspondence, but this is what he says: the absence of legitimate need for the audio recording lays bare your likely goal: to chop them up, distort them, and use them for partisan political purposes, demanding such sensitive and constitutionally protected law enforcement materials from the executive branch because you want to manipulate them for potential political gain is inappropriate. Now, first off, this might remind you of what we've been hearing now for weeks and for months about various videos posted online, that these were somehow selectively edited, these were deep fakes, these were eliminating context. We now know that all of that was, fairly bogus in terms of what Americans have now seen plainly with their own eyes. But what's clearly going on in this paragraph is the White House is relying on a political justification for withholding the materials, but they know they can't state that explicitly, so they simply accuse us on the committee of having a political motivation. But it's actually, you don't even have to read between the lines. It's stated right there directly that they are afraid that these materials would be used against the president for potential political gain. In other words, they are afraid that they would be politically harmful to the president. But that is not a valid legal basis for defying a congressional subpoena. It is not a valid basis for asserting executive privilege. And it is very revealing as far as what the White House knew about the recordings and about the concerns that the American people have in overwhelming numbers right now, is they feared that what was revealed in those recordings would be politically disadvantageous to the president. And so as we continue to learn more about the efforts that have been undertaken by the White House to deprive Americans of their right to know the most crucial of information, I think that this report and this entire series of events related to the subpoena issued to the Attorney General is going to be a very important starting point. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an important moment for the people of my state, of California, with the official qualification of Proposition 36 for the November ballot. This is the initiative to end the era of Prop 47 in California, which has been responsible for a huge increase in theft, in other crimes, in homelessness, in drug use, in drug overdoses, and a whole host of other problems. The initiative has qualified for the ballot and will be voted on by Californians this November, and I believe will pass overwhelmingly this November, in spite of one of the most corrupt schemes in the history of our state that was cooked up by the governor of California, actually a series of repeated schemes, all very novel and unprecedented in character, all directly meant to undermine the democratic process in California, all meant to continue to make our communities unsafe, and all of which, despite the governor having an overwhelmingly supermajority legislature, failed. The people of California, despite the governor's best efforts, will have the chance to reverse one of the most damaging laws in our state's history. And I think that it's simply important to note for all Americans to see when you have something like this that happens within our system, where you have an elected official, in this case the governor, who directly seeks to undermine the democratic process. After they tried and tried to stop this initiative from getting the requisite signatures to qualify for the ballot, in every way, they began a scheme to try to remove it from the ballot, using a host of pressure tactics to try to get the organizers of the initiative to withdraw it. When that failed, the governor came up with a truly unprecedented scheme where they inserted poison pills into a smattering of existing public safety bills in the legislature. And these poison pills stated something truly incredible, which is to say that they would be automatically reversed if voters passed the End Prop 47 initiative in November. The point of this was to give the Attorney General a pretext for lying to voters about what the initiative would do. They'd say because now there was this poison pill that would reverse all of these public safety bills if voters passed the initiative, that the initiative is actually an anti-public safety bill. Fortunately, the legislature ultimately refused to do the governor's bidding. They said, this is too corrupt for us. We want nothing to do with it. And that plan failed. So then, in the 11th hour, when it was past the deadline, even, to put an initiative on the ballot, the governor offered up a Hail Mary, where he said, okay, I can't get the End Prop 47 initiative off the ballot, so what I'm going to do is put on my own competing initiative, which is watered down, which is a very weak initiative, but that'll be enough to confuse voters. And what's more, he put in there that if his initiative passed with higher numbers than the other initiative, then the other initiative would be wiped out in its entirety, even though there are a lot of things in it that didn't conflict. It was literally a mechanism that the governor proposed, drafted, introduced in the legislature to overturn the results of a Democratic election in California, where the N47 initiative could have passed with 60% of the vote, and nevertheless, it would have been null and void according to the trick that the governor tried to implement. He even moved back the deadline for propositions to qualify. He even moved back the deadline for the Secretary of State to number the propositions so that his own fake proposition, the imposter initiative we called it, would get a higher number and then have a better chance of getting more votes. Well, fortunately, this scheme failed as well. Once again, his own supermajority in the legislature refused to do the governor's bidding. And so now it's official. Californians will have the opportunity to vote on what has now been numbered as Proposition 36. It will be a fair vote where voters can decide whether we want to continue with this failed experiment or whether we want to return respect to our law enforcement officials. We want to have appropriate consequences for thieves. We want to be able to get drug offenders the treatment they need. We want to be able to hold fentanyl dealers accountable. That's what this initiative is going to do. And I condemn in the strongest possible terms the concerted efforts by the governor of California to thwart and undermine our democratic process in an attempt to keep our communities unsafe. A few more. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the SAVED Act, which requires individuals to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. I am very grateful to say that I voted for this bill today and that it is passed out of the House of Representatives with bipartisan support, though not nearly as much bipartisan support as it should have. In states like Massachusetts, Ohio, Virginia, non-citizens have recently been removed from the voting rolls, and many of those non-citizens, it appears, have actually voted. The Arizona Secretary of State website is currently falsely promoting the idea that individuals who fail to present proof of citizenship when registering will be eligible to vote in federal elections. We also have several municipalities, including in California, that have explicitly authorized non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. So H.R. 8281, the SAVE Act, seeks to address these problems in a couple ways. It will, number one, require an individual to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. And number two, provide states with access to existing federal databases so they can clean up their voter rolls and remove non-citizens from the rolls. This should be a pretty common sense idea, that only American citizens should vote in American elections. And it's astonishing to me that you had a couple hundred people in the House of Representatives today that voted against this, although fortunately it did pass, again, with bipartisan support. And one of the objections to the bill was very interesting. The objection was, well, wait a minute, it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. We don't need this law. Well, it's also already illegal for folks to cross into our border illegally. It's kind of a tautology. It's illegal to immigrate illegally. So does that mean it's not happening at all? No, of course. It's happening in an overwhelming way, unlike we've ever seen in our country's history, with millions and millions and millions of people coming into this country illegally. So what we have learned from this administration's approach to illegal immigration is that simply having something be unauthorized under our laws is sometimes insufficient to address the problem. And so while it's true it's already illegal to come into this country without being granted a pathway to be here legally, nevertheless, we need to pass bills like H.R. 2 that provide enforcement and that provide safeguards and that assure that the law is being followed. And in a similar vein, even though it is already illegal for non-citizens to cast a ballot, we need to have this legislation to put in place equivalent safeguards to make sure that it doesn't occur. So that's why I am encouraging the Senate to act promptly, now that it's in its court, to pass the SAVE Act, to close the loopholes that are allowing this to happen, to enhance our election security, to minimize the risk of outside interference, and to restore and protect Americans' confidence in our elections. Mr. Speaker, every year, millions of high schoolers across the country who are interested in pursuing higher education fill out the federal application for federal student aid, or FAFSA. The FAFSA is designed to make post-secondary education accessible and affordable for students across the United States, and let students know what federal student aid, Pell Grants, or work-study programs are available to them. Traditionally, the FAFSA is released by October 1st every year, giving students, families, and schools plenty of time to decide what post-secondary education is right for them. Unfortunately, the Department of Education under President Biden has been unable to meet this standard. As early as November of 2022, the Education Department refused to commit to the traditional October 1st release of the FAFSA application for the 2024-2025 school year. 6 months later, in March, the department finally admitted that it would be delayed until, quote, sometime in December, only to reveal in November that the launch date would be on December 31st. It's the very end of December. When the forms were finally released, processing of completed FAFSAs was delayed for months. Once processing finally began, millions contained calculation errors, rendering them useless for schools and requiring reprocessing. This caused great confusion for schools and families, and schools were forced to push back deadlines, causing uncertainty and stress for fall enrollment, as if the process of applying for college isn't stressful enough. Current law recommends FAFSA be released by October 1st, but allows the Education Department to delay the FAFSA release until January 1st. Last year, the department abused the statutory gap and continually failed to give a clear date for when the FAFSA would be released. So that's why I am co-sponsoring a piece of legislation that passed the Education and the Workforce Committee yesterday, the FAFSA Deadline Act. The FAFSA Deadline Act gives students, families, and schools much-needed clarity and stability by ensuring the FAFSA is released on October 1st. Choosing the right college is stressful, and students and families should not have to deal with added uncertainty from the Department of Education. This legislation will prevent any future delayed rollouts by the Education Department. I'm proud to have supported in committee to be a co-sponsor. I'm hoping it'll soon pass the House, the Senate, and be signed into law by the President. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to represent truly one of the most beautiful places in the entire world, in Lake Tahoe. And I'm very proud to be a sponsor of the Lake Tahoe Restoration Reauthorization Act. We got some good news just this week. The Senate has acted on this legislation to extend the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act for another 10 years. Lake Tahoe is a national treasure, and we must honor our commitment to preserving it for generations to come, which is what this legislation seeks to assist with. For over 50 years, presidents, governors, senators, and representatives from both parties have worked in a bipartisan fashion to protect the natural beauty and wonder of Lake Tahoe. I was honored to join many of them last year at the Lake Tahoe Summit, and will be doing so again this August. Nearly 80% of the land in the Lake Tahoe Basin is controlled by the U.S. Forest Service. The bipartisan Lake Tahoe Restoration Act provides the federal share for the environmental restoration projects in the basin, in partnership with California, Nevada, local governments, nonprofit, and for-profit partners. Since its enactment, a total of $104.7 million has been appropriated for the current Lake Tahoe Restoration Act as of fiscal year 2023, which is about 27% of the total authorization. While Congress has steadily increased the pace of appropriations under the bill since its enactment, the act has a significant level of spending authority remaining under what was originally a 7-year bill. Since its previous authorization, funds have gone to more than 700 projects in the Tahoe Basin. And Lake Tahoe's waters are the clearest they've been in decades. We are keeping Lake Tahoe blue. But that won't happen without continued work on the part of all of these stakeholders and the assistance provided by this legislation. For Lake Tahoe welcomes millions of visitors from around the world every year and is home to 55,000 residents. I remain committed to continuing the long history of bipartisan leadership that has preserved and protected this special place. It's up to all of us working together to assure that future generations will continue to be able to experience the beauty that those of us who live or vacation or travel to Tahoe have the great fortune to experience. I urge the House to act quickly on this bipartisan legislation, and I urge the President to sign it into law. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I wish to take a moment to honor the memory of Jackie Weston, an Auburn resident and community leader who sadly, tragically passed away recently at the age of 40. Jackie was an anchor to the local business community, serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the Auburn Chamber of Commerce. Her journey began when she moved to Auburn, California in 1985, where she became an integral part of the community, graduating from Placer High School and embedding herself into the fabric of the community. She dedicated herself to the betterment of Auburn, channeling her enthusiasm and dedication into countless community initiatives. Jackie embodied the essence of leadership, tirelessly volunteering her time, organizing parades, nurturing the local business community, and extending a helping hand to all. Her impact on Auburn has been profound, and it will be enduring, leaving an indelible mark that will resonate for a long, long time to come. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I wish to extend my deepest condolences to Jackie's partner, Ian, her children, Solomon and Evelyn, and the countless others whose lives were touched by her remarkable spirit and generosity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 25-year anniversary of Scott's Seafood Roundhouse in Folsom, California. In 1976, Scott's Seafood Grill and Bar opened in San Francisco, but it was in 1999 when John and Suzanne Cook brought Scott's to the Folsom community. For the past 25 years, the bar and grill has served as a premier community establishment, engaging and enriching Folsom and the broader region with its quality food and service. While it has always been located in Folsom, it moved 4 years ago to the city's historic district. Now located in the heart of Folsom, Scott's Seafood is becoming a local household name that was able to navigate through the immense challenges of COVID-19, as well as the devastating passing of the owner, John Cook, in 2022. However, the resilience and continued passion for their business is very much evident with John's wife, Suzanne. Scott's Seafood is known not only for their fresh seafood and delicious meals, but also for their commitment to actively participating in and serving the community. It is a true honor to represent exemplary businesses like Scott's Seafood here in Congress. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is my privilege to recognize Scott's Seafood Roundhouse for reaching this significant milestone of 25 years in business. Congratulations, and thank you for all you do for our community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, and chair reminds all members to refrain from engaging in personalities about the president. Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Monday, July 15th, 2024.